Hello everyone, and welcome to the first ever Party Wheel Invitational. It's been a long time coming, so I'm very excited that it's finally here. And in just a few short minutes, we'll be getting started with the first round. But before that, I just wanted to give a brief thank you to all of the teams that are playing today. Kappa, ITAP, Wiggly Phantoms, Vaporwave, Bad Luck Trout, Aquatic Vanguard, Rising Hope, and Illumini. All great teams. I'm sure it's going to be a fun time with all of them involved. And also all of my guest commentators that are going to be here today. DRF, JPEG, Falco, Vicvion, and Miss Popgun. We'll all be commentating throughout the tournament, so be sure to stick around for the whole thing. And also, to my friend Tyler, who's going to be behind the scenes the whole time, helping me manage some Battlefy stuff. Without everyone here, this tournament would not be happening today. So, in just a couple more minutes, we'll be getting started. So until then, just hang tight. Alright, we are now ready to begin with round 1. In just 1 second. As soon as Battlefy stops. Okay. Alright, so first I'd like to welcome on the first guest commentator, JPEG from IPL. Hello, JPEG. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
How do you feel about this incredible tournament?
I'm really excited because I love the team lineup we have some very fan favorite teams, I would say. A lot of teams that have played in tournaments I run, so obviously I'm very biased, but also the modifiers because I love me some good gimmick tournaments.
Yeah, for sure. I think it'll be really fun to see some more competitive teams playing with such wacky rule sets this time around.
Yeah, my favorite part about watching even in regular gameplay, seeing how teams like adapt to certain situations, some weird comps and stuff. So having these modifiers be added, forcing teams to kind of think outside the box is always super cool to see.
Yeah, for sure. I actually was testing out the rule set the other day, and I could already see how interesting it was. Having competitive gameplay with weird weapon setups. It forces a lot of different play styles that you wouldn't normally see in a normal kind of Splatoon tournament.
Right. And not only is it fun to play, but it's also very fun to watch, which makes this a great tournament to stream, especially for the Invitational. You selected a good 8 teams. This should be pretty balanced, so we'll see which team can adapt the best to whatever's thrown at them.
Yeah, and the party wheel in signature style shows no mercy, so this tournament is single elimination. As soon as the teams start getting in here, we'll prepare for the first round to start.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for that, I suppose we could go over the modifiers. For those unfamiliar, we could talk about what kind of modifiers we could possibly see here.
Oh yeah, so we have some normal, like, less intense things like random weapons and using the same random weapon, stuff like that. But aside from the basic stuff, there's also some far more wacky modifiers, like trading a player with the enemy team. That's that's personally my favorite. I hope we get to see one of those on stream.
That one sounds interesting. I mean, what do you even do? I would honestly throw, but like, it reminds me of the time Bad Ideas only did like the Among Us tournament where one player had to like sabotage the team. Like you had to go out of your way to make your team lose. So
yeah, and
I don't know, something like that.
You can do something like that if you would rather just make your team be one player down. That's a thing, but you can also specifically go out of your way to make it harder for the enemies.
Right. Yeah. One that sticks out to me is like the all siege at Port TC. Like that is so specific, but I love it. It's just, I mean, that map mode with the all siege head. I mean,
yeah, that one's a classic. Personally, I can't wait to get it in grand finals. But the teams are gathered in the lobby, so it looks like it's about time to spin the wheel, see what we get to deal with first.
Let's see what we start off with here. Oh,
okay,
boy.
Well, this one doesn't work on the first round, so we're gonna go again.
Okay. I was about to wonder, like, wait, hold on. Okay.
Alright, so we're gonna be doing the same random sub here. Every team here will have to use a weapon with the same random sub weapon, which means I'll have to pick out a sub-weapon for the enemies. Oh boy.
Oh, what do we get?
Everyone this round has to use weapons with the ink mine on it.
With the ink mine. Wow. Okay. So, bomb spam kind of out of the question, but if we are playing on zones, and I apologize, maybe it's not zones. It's Splat Zone's Wahoo World. Yes, we're going to see a lot of mines being placed around that circular zone.
Yeah,
It's going to be
this
quite
is bound to
problematic.
be interesting, because bombs are normally integral to Zone's gameplay, but this time around, they'll only be able to use it for defense.
Yeah, and typically ink mines are typically a nice to have. Generally, one person runs it for a little bit of extra defense, but here you gotta. I mean, I feel like it's whoever spams mines the most. I mean, it's whoever caps zone first and then spams the mines all over it. It's gonna be incredibly hard to take back that zone, isn't it?
Yeah, they'll have to make good use of their specials for this one, and I'm sure a lot of players will be forced to use weapons they've never even touched before, since it's such an uncommon sub-weapon.
Right, I'm trying to think about what has ink mine. I know Hydra does, and that's just because I
Rapid
simply
Blaster,
am a backler. Rapid
V
Blaster,
Glugas.
right. Oh, Glugas. Not a lot of paint from all of these weapons we're listing off here.
A very odd pick for zones specifically. If it was any other mode, it could be salvageable, but it's going to be a very snowball-heavy round, it seems.
Right. I think the game plan here, and the teams are probably discussing the same thing as us, is just get that zone first and put all the mines on, and you're set. I mean, it's going to be tough to bounce back from that. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what the teams have to offer here. And speaking of teams, who are we watching?
This first round, I probably should have mentioned this earlier, is going to be Rising Hope versus Kappa. They're in the lobby right now preparing their ink mine heavy team comp.
And of course, that's going to take a little longer because thinking outside the box, you don't really have a comp. You can't really plan ahead here, You got to make it on the fly.
You have to be completely on your feet with this. Be prepared for as many things as you can.
All right, here we go. Game 1 of the Party Wheel. Rising Hope versus Kappa. Seeing some, well, I'm going to say this every game, I guess. Seems some interesting comps here, but...
We have the Vunder. I know I'm biased towards that a bit. Vunder on Kappa's side. Always love to see it.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be who gets that zone first. I feel like at this point, it's going to be who gets all the picks first, but a lot of paint going around, but not a lot of picks from either team. Rising Hope going to bounce back, possibly get this zone back.
It's going to be pretty hard to get any picks with these weapons as well, since they only have their specials and main weapon to work with.
Yeah, and the only reason I mentioned that is
contrary to the normal gameplay style.
Yeah, and the only reason I'm saying picks are so important is because once you get enough picks, then you can start laying the mines all over the zone. But right now, neither team has had the opportunity to do so.
There we go. Like Kappa has a bit of a hold on zone, getting a few picks off Rising Hope.
Right. And here it is. All the mines are coming in. Oh, look at that.
They have, what, 8 mines on the zone right now?
8 would be the theoretical maximum. I count
Looks like a few
7.
of them detonated.
Yeah. Some of them are using them
Oh, the splat bomb rush. That's clever.
That is clever.
I didn't think about that.
I didn't remember which weapon has ink mine, to be honest, so it's...
I saw the splat bombs and I honestly thought, oh, a mistake has been made, but...
Yeah.
Seems like 7 has found a loophole in the system.
Yeah, seeing some mines being used to kind of help mitigate any forward pushes by...
put off the push. Rising Hope might be able to take this back with the special, and it seems like they got the zone back here.
That's a great penalty to have, and 2 down on the side of Kappa with Rising Hope pushing forward. I think we could see them possibly get a lot closer than we think, especially more than halfway through this match. They have to watch for that flank on the left, though.
Yeah, it's looking like this could possibly be a lot closer than we initially thought. The baller on the zone is going to provide a bit of a threat, but Ray able to take out that splashdown.
Yeah, those
keep it
mines
neutral for a
single-handedly
bit
kind of
longer.
saved that, didn't it? Yeah, Kappa might be able to easily take this back, especially with Rising Hope kind of pushed back a little bit. Gonna use those bombs to slow it down a little bit more. Gonna keep the zone just a little longer, even though they have the penalty. Looking good for Rising Hope right now.
The mines are actually proving to not be as overwhelming of a defense as we initially thought.
Yeah, 3 down inside of Kappa. Rising Hope gonna probably bleed through this penalty and maybe get a little bit closer to 13.
And it seems like they have a stable hold on most of it right now, with the E-leader able to cover such a huge range, and Sakura being able to cover their ledges with the brush here.
Yeah, Sakura does pain brush. Am I correct?
As of recently, I believe so.
Yeah. So
and
a little bit of
the
an advantage there.
It'll be much harder for them to drop off their ledge.
Right.
We have the baller flank, but it does not succeed, unfortunately. It seems like Rising Hope is still able to keep the zone neutral for a while, though.
Yeah, all things considered, they did put up a good defense, but Kappa in the end, with 3 down inside Rising Hope, gonna take back that zone. They still have quite a bit of penalty to go through, so if Rising Hope can charge up all their specials, then maybe we could see them bounce back here. But Kappa, right now, looking pretty good for them.
And unfortunately, it seems like Rising Hope is currently struggling from the limitations of an Ink Mine only comp, having to use Baller and whatever other specials they have as their only tools to get in.
Yeah, something interesting I'm seeing is Kappa is now starting to use those ink mines a lot more aggressively. See here, we're seeing the ink mines be placed a lot closer to that ledge instead of on the zone, and that definitely helped them out with the defense there to cap off that first game.
Yeah, and that oppressive usage of the ink mines kept Rising Hope unable to drop off their ledge safely, even more so than normal on that map.
Yeah, great first game by Kappa. Rising Hope was also looking pretty good, so I think pretty promising first set. It could go to either team, if you ask me right now.
Yeah, and this group stage, for just so the audience is aware, is a play all 3 rule set, meaning that all 3 games of the set will be played before the round ends.
Yeah, it's going to help out the scoring in the end for the single and bracket. You want that to be as balanced as possible.
Yeah, and it has to be since there's only 1 chance for each team in the bracket. And just give me a moment while I set up this lobby. And it looks like it's time to roll for our next modifier. So let's see what we get.
There we go.
This time we're going with a random special. This is the same deal as the same random sub modifier, only this time we're basing it off of the special.
Pretty self-explanatory. You know, we saw all ink mine weapons here, but now we're going to see the same random special, which you will have to roll soon, right?
Yep, and I have it now. We're going to be doing an ultra stamp only lobby. Of all specials to get, it's the one with 3 weapons. So,
and we're doing that on Claim Blitz the Reef, so...
Yes, this is a very... Honestly, one of the better stamp maps, I believe.
Yeah, it can be a pretty good special on this map, especially with how cramped it can be around the goal. That stamp can cover a lot of ground. But will that even be important when everyone's using stamp at once? We'll see.
Yeah, that'll be a powerful pushing tool for everyone to have it, but also very dangerous for both teams, since using stamp is a very vulnerable special, and with everyone also having the power to just pop out and insta-kill you, you'll never know when it's safe to use it.
Right. That's like one of the things about stamp is that it comes out pretty quickly, and it can definitely surprise you, so when every player in the game has that special, you gotta be on your toes with that. You gotta see who has the special charged. You gotta know who you're fighting. You kind of gotta do all the math in your head. You gotta be a quick thinker.
Yeah, it'll be very important to keep an eye on everyone's positioning as best as they can, while also keeping track of their special charges on the scoreboard. Although with only 3 weapons that has the Ultra Stamp, it'll also be very hard to know who's who, because I'm assuming there will be repeat weapons on each comp.
Right. Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of the same weapons, I feel like, but we'll see what either team chooses to play with here. I feel like the weapons I'm thinking off the top of my head have a lot of paint power too, so that could be really problematic.
Sploosh 7?
Yeah, Sploosh 7, that's what I'm thinking about. KL3.
Oh, okay, so we do have the same comp on both sides, but no repeats because I forgot about Kenza Mini.
Oh, yeah, I always forget about Kenza Mini.
Trying to figure out the spectator control still in my head. We already have a lot of stamps coming out, and this is what we were talking about with stamp being so dangerous. Instantly, both people who pop stamp go for a trade.
Yeah, really, just kind of a bloodbath in this first 30 seconds game. I believe that was... Is that Rising Hope that scored?
That was... okay, that was Kappa.
That was Kappa.
Kappa is blue here. It's hard to tell with the same weapons being used.
Right. Yeah. And I was about to say, you saw a lot of picks at the beginning of the game, contrary to the last game where we went like a whole minute, it seemed, without any picks going off. But yeah, here, everyone's specials ready. Here we go. It's kind of a lot of tension right now. People are just choosing to throw the stamps.
People are using stamp as a sub-weapon almost in this round. Just choosing to pop it and throw it and see if they can get a pick off.
Yeah,
but it
Kappa
seems like
such
Kappa is making good use of that killing power.
Yeah, we saw Kappa pop both the hammers at once there, kind of take a lot of that area, and already have the Flame Blitz basket down to 30 to 29. Pretty good start for Kappa, but, I think Rising Hope could bounce back just as quick, especially with all their stamps ready.
Yeah, and team comps like this definitely allow for a comeback in a moment's notice. All they would need is one good opening, and that would allow them to basically have free reign over the entire enemy team.
Yeah, Kappa doing a really good job keeping that math control in check, charging all these specials, and yeah, we see a hammer pick. They're going that back way, but they don't have a clam yet. They're just choosing to be pretty aggressive here. See if they can generate a clam soon. I'm seeing some fire things going around here in the back. Wow, great double by Goody
Stamp double, yep. Almost a triple, but that stamp throw fell just short. Rising Hope can definitely still bring that back after being able to keep them from scoring, though.
Yeah, great aggression by Kappa, but they didn't have a clam to score off it, so Rising Hope still in this game. We can see them charging up all their specials, trying to get that paint control in check. I think that's what's really the deciding factor here. Is Kappa's doing such a good job keeping the map blue. And they used to.
Unfortunately for Kappa, that flank almost worked, but still with the stamps being so prevalent, they're able to instantly shut that down.
Yeah, Rising Hope just having a hard time leaving their half of the map. I mean, Kappa's positioning is really allowing them to kind of keep the upper hand with all these fights going on here. But Rising Hope slowly but surely getting that mid control. We can see, hopefully they're able to charge up all their specials, charge up all their stamps, and maybe get a score. But Kappa here kind of going in the back way, gonna sneak the clam in, and maybe Kappa. Well, Rising Hope's doing a really good job with this defense here.
And that power clam was super dangerous there. If they managed to slip by, they could have instantly won the game, since a power clam is worth 20 points.
Yeah, pivoting off this white, Rising Hope definitely has their best opportunity in this game. Last minute to make a score. Gotta get down to 20 though. That's gonna be a tough push to make.
They do have 23 clams on their side, which does mean they could definitely pull this back. Especially if they make good use of this opportunity.
A lot of them have stamps already. Ooh, 2 down there. That's not gonna help. I'm gonna say stamp is probably one of the most aggressive weapons. I mean, aggressive specials. So if you can just get in Kappa's face, I think it could work out. But I mean, they got the power claim in, but for what? 30 seconds left. Kappa has a lot of paint on the map.
Yeah, it seems as though that push, with a minor error, was able to be cancelled by Kappa, since Stamp is really there to punish minute errors.
Right. Yeah, 10 seconds left. Looking like Kappa's just...
Yeah, Kappa has
just
overwhelming control of the
and
map
waiting
right
out.
now.
Yeah. Seeing a lot this way is gonna push in on another clam.
Clam
And
blitz
was that
flank jump.
technically a KO? I don't know. Doesn't matter. But what we saw there was, you know, same comps from both teams, and you know, it's so interesting just to see the playstyle from each team with these comps. And what we saw with Kappa there that really earned them the victory was just their focus on paint and positioning. They did such a good job just making sure Rising Hope didn't have many opportunities to push. So good on them for that.
Yeah, they took
taking a step.
huge advantage of their aggressive playstyle with that last round. And the Ink Mines as well. You could tell they were really pushing forward with that and using every bit of aggression they could. And that was reflected in the Stamp match, too, since that seemed to play just into their style.
Yeah, so aggressive playstyles isn't just comp-based. It's definitely a playstyle thing. Definitely how you work together with your teammates. So again, Kappa technically winning the set, but it is playoff 3, so we're going to see if Rising Hope can get that last point or if Kappa will make it a 3-0.
Yep, and we're about to pick this new modifier now. So let's see what the last thing we get to deal with this round is. And it looks like it's the rubber band counter pick. And what this means is Rising Hope, since they are behind in this set, they get to pick any map and mode regardless of the map list to play instead of the third map that we had by default.
Wow, any map mode, you say?
Yep, any map and mode.
Knowing Rising Hope, I am scared for Kappa. You know, you guys are kind of crazy.
Yes, we do have our specialties.
Specialties.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not much to say. I mean, we're just gonna have to wait and see what Rising Hope picks here. Shmeeb, I guess you have a little bit of insight. What do you think they're gonna pick?
That is a tough question. We have a few... Wait, okay, hold on. they tried to pick Turf War. Hold on.
Is that allowed? Any map mode.
I thought I wrote that.
Oh, I see.
Wait, no, I didn't. Okay, no, they're right.
So we're gonna watch Turf War for the last game.
Yep, and they know my rules better than me, apparently. That is allowed. And it looks like we're going to be playing the third round on Moray Turf War.
That's why you read the rules, people.
I say as the organizer of the tournament.
Hey, you know what? That's what I'm saying. Gotta read the rules. Sometimes you can outsmart the TOs. As much as we don't want to admit it. Hey, Moray Turf War, though. What other Splatoon stream has Moray Turf War?
Exactly. You never get to see competitive Moray Turf War unless you're playing the Nintendo Turf War Open.
Right.
And who wants to do that?
Why do that when you can watch your favorite streamer, Shmeeb, with the Party Wheel Invitational? Exclusive content.
And this time they are actually allowed to use whatever comps they want, so I'm expecting like 4 E-leaders or something, I don't know.
I love this. You know, it's the third game of the set, and they can finally choose their own weapons.
Exactly, it's the spirit of the party wheel. It shows no mercy. Except this time it's the players showing no mercy.
Party Wheel showed a little more mercy this time, but the Rising Hope did not.
And it looks like both teams are almost ready here. The unrestricted counter pick, though, that could put a wrench in a lot of teams' plans later on. And it looks like we're ready to go. So here comes the last round, the last game of round 1 on Moray Towers Turf War.
Yeah, here we go. This is Rising Hope's counter pick to possibly get that last point in the set. So, Rising Hope in the pink, Kappa in the
Oh
green.
god, how do I spectate this? I can't even fit the map on the screen most of the time.
Yeah. You could ask any turn producer. I don't think they'll tell you how to run the Moray.
I don't even know what to think of this map. I don't know any of the strategies for this one.
Yeah, I guess I could make an attempt. That E-leader.
Most teams wouldn't, honestly.
Yeah, that E-leader on the side of Kappa. If that E-leader can stay right where they are now, that's a great spot to be. Going to provide a lot of pressure, but otherwise, kind of a free-for-all. I mean, Kappa's aggressiveness is kind of gonna be a bit. I don't want to say totally canceled out because it's probably not, but you know, this is a very windy map. You know, you have to. There's not a lot of paths you can go.
And something interesting is that Rising Hope actually opted for a comp with no super long-range weapons, despite Moray Towers. We actually see a glue tuber here, and taking advantage of the mobility options on Moray Towers could actually be a clever counter to the normal like E-leader kind of strategy for this.
Yeah, I can't really tell where the paint is. It's kind of all over. Okay, looks like Kappa kind of taking that mid. I saw a couple of members of Rising Hope kind of go that top left way. So
there is a bit of Rising Hope's paint on their side. So honestly, it still seems like it could go either way.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a little crumbs of Rising Hope's strategy. Looks like they just want to really be quick. They want to have that mobility advantage. Seeing Soccer here trying to constantly get behind them, but Kappa's doing a good job kind of denying that, so I'm wondering if Rising Hope is the rethink in this last minute. And again, you know this from the Nintendo tournament, the last 30 seconds.
Ooh, that
soon.
Inkjet snipe, that could make or break this game for Rising Hope.
Right,
Since
yeah,
that E-leader is holding down mid so oppressively.
Right, yeah, last minute, going to be the most important part of Turf War, you know. The entire last 2 minutes of this game could have been totally canceled out in that moment there.
It looks like it's still kept even though, since Rising Hope's push ended with a lot of trades there.
And that's just how Moray Towers is, with how tough it is to get out of mid. Especially with this E-leader here. Soccer gonna do a good job, at least pushing them back, if not, get that pick. Doing a great job getting paint while they're at it, too.
But it looks like someone from Kappa also snuck onto Rising Hope's side here, so this could still go either way.
This reminds me of, like, Splatoon 1 Splatfest. It would always be this map, and this is what it would always turn into. Last 30 seconds, last 5 seconds even. Just people just on either side of the map. Oh.
Just completely away from where the rest of their team are, completely scattered in every area, because that's just how Moray Towers is.
That's just what it turns into. You know, you stop doing those fights, you just gotta get that paint in. But Kappa in the end, wow, good job on their part, you know. Beating the Rising Hope counter pick. Going to take that set 3-0.
Yep, and that means that they'll get a better chance in the bracket later on. They'll receive better positioning at the start.
Yep, you want that seed number 1, because if you get seed number 1, you battle seed 8. Right, I almost said 16. I'm used to other tournaments. And if you're 2, you battle 7, and so on. So you want to be higher. Higher is better.
Yep. And with that, that will actually be the end of our first round. So, thank you guys for watching the first round. And if you hang on for just a few minutes, we'll be ready for the next one very shortly.
Alrighty, hello, welcome back to the Party Wheel Invitational, sponsored by Shmeeb, TM on Twitch. I'm JPEG, joined by DRF. DRF, how you doing?
Hello, JPEG. I am doing fantastic. Oh man, this has been an experience so far, just as a spectator, and now I'm really excited to be able to commentate this madness that is the Party Wheel Invitational.
Yeah, that round one, looking very promising. I'm looking forward to seeing what all these the rest of the matches are gonna look like. You know, there's so many modifiers on this wheel here, and we've only seen 3 of them. So, what else does it have in store for us? We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, we will just have to wait and see. It's honestly, the more chaos, the better.
Yeah. And last round, we did see Rising Hope versus Kappa. Kappa coming out on top with the 3-0. But this time, we're moving on over to round 2, watching Vaporwave versus BLT. And yeah, Vaporwave. I love Vaporwave. I also love BLT. I love both these teams so much. I love all these teams, but
Yeah, I was gonna say all these teams that Shmeeb has invited are, you know, just some of the best, most wholesome teams in the community. Like that, like you couldn't ask for a better like group of teams to be participating in the nonsense of a tournament like this. And because you know they're all gonna be able to take it in stride and come up with some really creative stuff. I mean, who would have thought the Mori turf counter pick?
would be me. But you know, the magic of it is all these teams are fairly balanced. So you know, in this match's case, I really can't determine who would clearly win here. I don't know. It could be either team. But then you also have the wrench thrown in the cog of the party wheel, really messing everything up. So it's really what team can interpret a strategy. You know, that's really what it comes down to. Who can make the strategy the fastest?
It really is, because you know it just how chaotic things are. It really is just gonna come down to who can make those adjustments and make those adjustments the fastest. Because you need to first of all figure out what on earth are you bringing out that's gonna satisfy this modifier. Second of all, what is the other team bringing out that's gonna satisfy this modifier, and how can you plan your comp to go up against their comp when you literally have no idea what your own comp is?
Right. Yeah. And I think I won Trickle Weapon back when I played comp, and you know, a player like me would just do horribly here. So you want players that can really play whatever they need to play. So
No,
it just comes down to that.
I'm right there with you. Because as a try slosh for one trick, I would be absolutely hopeless.
Yeah.
You at the instant you take me off the try slosher, I'm in deep trouble. I mean, so honestly, kudos to these teams for being able to run with whatever that they've had to so far. because being able to at least pick up more than one weapon, that is an accomplishment if I had to say so.
Yeah, I always say this like every time I commentate, but like I think it's always so interesting to see how players can adapt to certain strategies in a regular tournament environment. But seeing it here, I mean, it's going to be put to the test. So just have to see what Vaporwave and Rising, no, not Rising, Vaporwave and BLT have to bring here. I've played Vaporwave a couple times in League, and they always play some interesting weapons. You know, they're always trying something new in League, and I appreciate that. So that's really the only comment I can make personal experience with them.
Yeah, Vaporwave. At least I'm most familiar with Rob on the team.
Mhm.
So Rob also TO for Minnow Cup and over at Deep Sea Solutions. Really fantastic person. I believe they do play Tri Slosher as well.
Yeah, I
So
gotta respect those TOs who also play the game. You know, I don't know how they do it.
yes, exactly. So, but yeah, no, I'm pretty sure with Vaporwave they do tend to play a little bit, shorter range and more aggressive. So that is, one thing to consider here. So it would be funny if they suddenly all had to play Chargers.
I would say if the party wheel allows them to pick, maybe we'll see that. But you know, who knows? It's hard to guess. You can't guess. That's just how it is, and that's the fun of it.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I suppose let's look at our map. We're gonna see Rainmaker on Makomar. Ooh, okay. Clan Blitz, Humpback Pump Track, and TC on Manta. And remember, this is a play all three, so we're gonna see all three of these maps here. No zones, which typically people favor. But you know, nothing these teams can't handle.
And who knows, these maps might not even exist after we spin the
Oh yeah,
wheel.
you know what? Yeah, I'm trying to make an analysis here, but no, Party Wheel probably won't let me.
Yeah, if we roll that shuffle map list, we just generate an entire new map mode. So
Yeah, while we're waiting for these players to get in, I suppose we can share some of these modifiers that might appear. DRF, are you looking at the doc right now?
yes, I am.
What stands out to you? What's something you want to see?
Okay, honestly, the thing that I really want to see most would be the trader player because that just sounds like so much fun. Where both teams have to trade one player to the other roster,
Yeah, we
and
discussed it,
that
we
that would
discussed
that would
that a
be
little.
interesting.
No, it's so easy just to see trade a player, like, oh, that's funny. But then if you really start thinking about it, like, what is the strategy with that? What do you do, right?
Exactly. So the players do get traded back after the game, which would be fun. But we do have the wheel up, so I think we are gonna get a chance to spin this in a moment. Oh, there it is.
Here we go. Random special again. Okay. And we did see this last game, last round, and it did cause some mayhem. We saw not very similar, the exact same comp because it was a hammer only. There's only so many hammer weapons. And we're waiting on Shmeeb to tell us, is it Splashdown? Oh, don't tell me Splashdown. It's Splashdown. Oh, goodness. Okay, so basically, no special game. Unless, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Oh man.
So, what has Splashdown? I gotta start googling these weapons. Man, it's been too long.
Yeah, honestly, same. It's a little bit easier when you think of the main weapon and try to figure out like what special it has, but then like to kind of do the reverse of that.
Yeah.
Analysis wise, is definitely a little bit confusing.
All right, what has Splashdown? We got 96 Deco, Blaster, Clapples, Dark Tetras, Goo Tuber, Blaster. Oh, that's another Blaster. Oops. Hydra. Why does Hydra have Splashdown, honestly? What's going on here? Inkbrush. Inkbrush. We've seen a lot of Inkbrush so far. Kenza Sloshing, Roller, V-Shot, Splush-O-Matic. A lot of good picks, I think what it comes down to is Splashdown is just not the best special in a comp scenario. So, it's gonna be tough. It's basically gonna be no pushing power on side of both teams with how integral specials are to making pushes.
Yeah. Realistically, I think the most likely thing we're going to be seeing is probably a splatter shot popping up from each team, and possibly a K machine as well. I think those are probably two of the most popular ones. Ink brush, as you have pointed out, is also has also been showing up a couple times already. So I definitely anticipate maybe some ink brushes coming out, or maybe one team will say screw it and just go all GooTuber.
Right. And yeah, I agree with that. I think off the top of my head, the play here is you don't have any aggressive specials, so pick the most aggressive weapon. And I think we're going to see a lot of splash shots and the ink brushes, especially on a map like Mako Mart. This map can be pretty close quarters here. Oh, we are seeing a good two. that's what I'm like reacting to here.
Yeah, and surprisingly, no splatter shots actually, but we do get an ink brush on each side, which definitely should be expected here for Mako Rainmaker.
Yeah, BLT in green, Vaporwave in purple, suiting their name here. Yeah, like you said, I think first impressions, BLT has the more aggressive comp. I think they're gonna have a lot of paint control here, but Vaporwave a little more picking power. If that GooTuber can hit his shots and the 96 can hit their shots, I think they can have a solid defense. But first impressions, BLT, a lot of aggression, and we're seeing it here with this first Rainmaker push. Wow.
Yeah, and that splashdown from BLT coming in perfect time to do some more damage, and another splashdown there. That's gonna give them
splashdown jumps.
Yeah, that's gonna give them an opportunity to continue this push actually, and with another pick there, this should be a knockout unless a perfect stop there with 3 points remaining. Rush gonna have to back up, so this is gonna be a little bit of relief for Vaporwave, but pushing that all the way to 3 points remaining in the first minute, that is a tall order now for Vaporwave to have to work with.
Yeah, and again, Vaporwave definitely has that picking power. They can keep their... It's going to be tough to keep that map control in check, but if they do get map control, I think they could stand a chance with this.
Yeah, and they do have 3 specials online, so...
Right.
Let's see what they're able to do with that. Aloe, I think, would have to hit the panic button a little bit there, so not going to be able to use it to ink as much, or, in a more aggressive position. And a nice snipe there from the GooTuber. Oh, man. But they are 3 down, so unfortunately it's not going to be as much opportunity, but Aloe going to try to keep their team alive here, allowing their team to actually respawn while this Rainmaker is starting to push up, buys them just enough time.
Yeah, great job by Aloe to keep that position there, because there were 3 down. BLT could have easily pushed a lot more there, but Aloe did a good job getting those picks. 3 down on the side of Vaporwave though, looking like BLT's gonna be in their face again, but a straight bomb gonna take down that Rainmaker.
And that is gonna be a delayed wipe actually, so Vaporwave gonna pick up this Rainmaker now, but there's so much green on this map, so they're gonna have to get some ink down in mid if they're gonna want to get any points on the board here. Cody trying to truck around with that sploosh. They do have that splashdown ready, and they're gonna probably try to surprise someone right here over right stack, but it seems like they actually forced a little bit of a backup there instead. So it is going to be a couple points on the board with 2 down on the side of BLT. They're going to try to take this to the left-hand side. Definitely the safest way to go about it, although you're not going to be able to get points the quickest, but definitely the safe push is what they need right now.
Yeah, like behind them though, this Whirler is going to flank, possibly get this Rainmaker. Oh, they had such a good opportunity for a good push there. And they were doing such a good job with the comp they had. The splashdown's going to make a very quick pop here. And Zeth, Zeth's going to go down. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, Vaporwave has a great opportunity to keep this push going, but BLT is doing a pretty good job just being really aggressive, trying to slow them down as much as possible, and that's going to lead to the Rainmaker resetting. Cody here playing very stealthy. I want to say Cody should be painting a lot more, but Cody's doing a pretty good job with this stealth strat, I will admit. And they're keeping mid very well here, especially with their range advantage. I think that's helping a lot now that they got something on them.
Yeah, no, it definitely really is. This has kind of flipped to be more competitive than that first minute was. But unfortunately, it is Vaporwave that goes 2 down temporarily there. So they're not going to be able to really work with anything, and as they go 2 down yet again. But the numbers are even this time, but oh man, it seems like Vaporwave is starting to stagger. So they aren't going to be able to do much, but Rob going to hit the panic button as well with that splashdown, which honestly is probably, just sometimes the best use of the splashdown is your game push, hit the panic button, maybe something will happen.
Yeah, BLT getting that mid control back. And, in the middle of that game, it was starting to look like Vaporwave had kind of an opportunity, but when it came to actually playing the objective, BLT just has that better aggression to push the Rainmaker up there. 10 seconds left, maybe we'll see Vaporwave do something in the end, but it's not looking likely, especially with everyone on BLT just surrounding the Rainmaker. Wow. Yeah, they did not want Vaporwave to pick that up at all.
No, they did not. So it is going to be BLT that takes game number 1 with our splashdown special only game. Yeah, I mean, kudos to BLT there. It seemed like the splashdown, in of itself was not a major effect there. I think we saw 1 or 2 splashdowns that came in off of jumps there that really did help BLT make those early pushes. But otherwise, I guess the focus was more so on the weapon restriction that was provided by that splashdown only.
Right, yeah, and like we said before the match would start, my hypothesis was which team had the more aggressive comp, and it seems like I was proven. I mean, at least in that one instance, so. See what happens when we turn this party wheel one more time.
Oh no!
I love this. Shmeeb making all these modifiers. All sploosh black belly. Like he's just like, I don't care. All sploosh black belly. That's it. That's the modifier.
Man.
I love it.
Yeah, this is honestly one of my favorite modifiers as well. Just because it literally is the most restrictive modifier. I believe there's one other that is like it that hopefully we will get a chance to see. But yeah, this is the most restrictive modifier I think you could possibly get.
It's up there, yeah. What I love about this is you better be good at Black Belly Rainmaker, and you better be good at V-Sploosh. If you're not, you're done. Goodbye.
Yep.
So, whatever teams, if you're ever wondering which mid-level team's best at V-Sploosh Black Belly, well, you're about to get your answer.
Oh, man.
I ask myself that at night. Every time before I go to sleep, I'm like, God, can someone make a tournament? It's V-Sploosh Black Belly. Finally, I can sleep tonight. Shane, thank you.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, just throw everything out the window. Is really what this modifier is about. Clamblitz on Humpback. Who is she?
Let's say, yeah, any Clamblitz Humpback fans crying in the club right now. Sorry. Black Belly Rainmaker fans, tune in. It's time.
V-Sploosh fans, tune in.
Oh, I'm a fan. Ooh, interesting comp on the side of. Oh, I don't know about that one though.
Man. Wow, innovative gameplay that we are going to be seeing here.
I don't know if brushstrokes on the side of BLT picked I don't know about these boosts.
But the best thing is that we're going to get an all splashdown game yet again.
I didn't even consider that. Okay, well, is this game going to be over?
It just might. That's going to be a wipe. So game, set, and match. BLT going to make this real quick.
I suppose it makes sense. I mean, that Rainmaker versus a bunch of splooshes. What's going to happen? BLT taking game 2 in a interesting, innovative match here.
That was a speed win if I've ever seen one.
Right. And again, this is a playoff 3. Vaporwave has an opportunity to help them out in the final group scoring if they can win this last game.
Yes, they can. Man, and I believe we cannot get a modifier more than once in a set. So at the very least, they do not have to do that again against BLT.
At least. Alright, let's see. Throw Vaporwave a bone here. Random special.
We're gotta reroll. Oh,
Okay.
trade enemy.
Wait,
Calm.
can we do this? Yeah, we can't do that because it wouldn't actually do anything.
Ah, yes, that is true.
Party will really love that random special.
What is
Which
that?
is that?
It's right in the middle.
Oh.
Just keep spinning. Just keep spinning.
Okay, there we go. We can roll with that.
All right.
Okay, random class. What do we got here?
Oh man. So everyone must use a weapon that is part of a randomly selected class. So this is either going to be a shooter, blaster, umbrella, just whatever class it is. Everyone's gonna have to roll with it.
Looking like we got brush.
Oh no.
Well, we did mention lots of brushes in this tournament, and stands still. So, same random weapon class. Everyone's got to play a brush.
And honestly, brush I feel like is the most exciting version of this. We there was that Battle of the Brush tournament that Kingmaker is hosting later this month. Here's your preview of that, I guess.
That's what it's gonna look like the entire tournament. I do want to mention there's a player named Brush on BLT. He's probably popping
That is
off
true
right
as well. So brush on the brush.
Yeah, not much to say. I guess we can play a little game. Will we see more octo brushes or ink brushes? I think it'll be ink brush. What do you think?
I also agree that we are going to probably be seeing more ink brushes, just because of how versatile it is. But it is tower control Manta,
Ooh,
so I'm not sure if if that agility is necessarily going to be what they're looking for. I mean, it'll probably realistically at the end of the day, it might end up just being a 2-2 split between octo brushes and ink brushes, so you get a little bit of both, like on both teams too.
I'm probably the worst choice to cast a brush only event. So if Kingmaker, I forgot, is it Hammer hosting or is it like all of Kingmaker?
Yes,
Or whatever.
well, it's all Kingmaker.
Whoever runs the Battle of the Brushes, don't put me in. All right.
This is your audition tape, JPEG.
Audition.
Yes.
We'll see. All right, here we go. Can Vaporwave secure that last point? I don't know. We'll see. Are they good at brushes on Manta TC? Who knows?
I don't believe any of them do run brush typically.
go.
Wow. Okay. That's a lot of octo brushes.
I believe texture is the one standing out. Playing normal. Well, not normal. It's what is that? Nouveau?
Yes, I believe
not
so.
good at brush.
So both teams just kind of yeah. Honestly, I'm right there with you. Like how do you commentate this?
There's no approach option. I mean, there's missiles now. There's the approach option, but
it's literally who can get closer to slap the heck out of the other team.
what I love about this is there's no backliner. You're gonna see the teams kind of fighting for who needs to push tower, or who needs to ride. We're gonna see team coordination put to its limits here. 3 down on the side of Vaporwave. Vaporwave is in the pink. So, bad luck Trout. Going to have, past that first checkpoint, going to have a good first push here. I mean, there's just so many little fights going on. There's not much to say. I mean, Cody here possibly going to flank that second checkpoint, going to get Brush here, especially with those missiles, going to help out a little bit. Over bunker. They're all just sticking together. That's so smart though. All that chip damage from the brush. If you just stick together, you're pretty much gonna win every single fight if you can single out an opponent.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you see it right there. I mean, didn't really stand a
Exactly.
chance.
And this really is going to be all about moving as well. You know, trying to get position because we saw there that the flank from Vaporwave worked earlier, and being able to bring in a second person into your 1v1 where you're really just kind of barely scratching at each other. That is going to be absolutely key as well. But that is going to be a full wipe on the side of BLT. So Vaporwave now going to start their counter push, getting a lot of ink down in mid. This is just one of the most ridiculous things I think I've ever seen, and I love it.
Yeah, and I just realized, I mean, that checkpoint 2 is going to be so tough on both teams because the defending team has the high ground, which is just automatically going to win you the fight. So, you know, BLT did technically get past that second checkpoint, but I think Vaporwave is going to have such a hard time pushing.
They are. It is 2v2 here, but, you know, I think as someone has pointed out in chat, it is going to be kind of like that inkjet backline, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's really, you know, I guess the key thing here, if you are trying to do any sort of backline thing, is it is going to run through that inkjet. But Vaporwave now trying to also get this power to that first checkpoint, but they continue to see themselves one down. So they're really getting 1 point at a time.
Yes, in here, I think BLT, what they're doing is just outpainting Vaporwave. And they're just playing the defense game, but we'll see if Vaporwave can kind of break through that a little bit. They're just having a hard time pushing up. I mean, it's hard to flank. I think. I don't know, Brushmains, is it hard to flank on this map? I think that's just the thing, you know, it's just, there's really, is there a strategy? I don't know.
There are a lot of like tight corridors here that I feel like flanking is very much possible. It's just whether you're gonna get called out or not. But
Right.
yeah, it's but also given that the other team is all brushes as well, they're probably gonna be trying to do the same thing. So like you really just have to be very well coordinated in who's moving where, who's positioned where, and being able to call out the other team as well.
Yeah, we're just kind of seeing a mad dash for mid on both teams here. Bad Luck Sub had 2 down, but, you know, not really... Reaper is not really in a position to push off this. And, I mean, just both teams kind of feeling each other out in mid. About 30 seconds left. Vaporwave just still trying to get past that first checkpoint. I mean, BLT just kind of has that defense on lock here.
Yeah, and Vaporwave been doing a really good job of kind of just staying together here, but a couple of them do need to start stretching out, and we do see that with Luck and Cody starting to extend into that bunker, trying to possibly get a couple of picks, but they do go 2 down, make it 3 down with 10 seconds to play. Vaporwave might just be out of luck here. Cody tried to get another pick, actually. They do get a double there, so they might be able to work with this, actually. With 3 down now on the side of BLT, so this is actually a workable push.
Problem is they have to get past this checkpoint, and yeah, BLT's just gonna sit tight right there, and if they were past that checkpoint, I think they stood a way better chance. But you know, the tower had to stop, and everyone on the side of BLT just started throwing all their bombs at it.
Oh man, what a game 3 though.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Oh,
BLT's just, I guess they're the Sploosh Brush champion. I guess.
Yeah.
You know, they can put that in their Twitter bio.
Can play all brush and all sploosh on Black Belly Rainmaker.
And you know what? I'll say this too. Bad Luck Trout, sign up for the Battle of the Brushes. The spin's not sponsored by them, by the way. We're just saying that. But, you know, do it.
Oh man.
Alrighty.
Well, BLT gonna take this at 3 games to none. Man. But what a set between these teams. And JPEG, I think this is your last set here today, right?
I have one more later, but I am going to be taking a break after this. Next up, we are going to be seeing you plus Miss Popgun
Yes.
And I'm excited because you get Popgun on the mic all the time, but we gotta get Miss Popgun on more.
Exactly. It is Miss Popgun's time to shine. So looking forward to commentating that one. But I think we could go ahead and take a quick break here.
Yep. Actually, one more thing. I got an announcement
yes.
to make.
Ooh.
I do have an announcement to make. And if you follow me on Twitter, I am reviving my questionable tournaments org. I'm proud to announce fastest event in the West 2. A year ago, I ran fastest event in the West. Best of one single limb event. If you lose, you are out. Lose one game. And that tournament lasted under 40 minutes. So, we'll see if we can achieve something similar here. But January 9th, I'm going to open registration real soon. January 9th at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Pretty friendly time for NA and Europe, so definitely check that out if you're interested in the dumbest tournament of all time, excluding Party Wheel. All right, that's all from me, and we'll be taking a short break.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Party Wheel, hosted by Shmeev. I'm Miss Popgun, and with me I have...
DRF once again.
Yes! Coming back for, I think, your second round.
Yes.
It looks like we're going to have Aquatic Vanguard versus Kappa up next.
Ooh, yes. Kappa, we did see them in round one. They did take that set 3-0. So now they're going to be going up against Aquatic Vanguard. And if I had to guess, both of these teams have been doing pretty well in the standings here. I would have to check the standings on that to be sure, though. But I do anticipate both of them probably came away with at least one win so far.
Yeah, I do expect both of these teams to do pretty well. I know they were both in the same Ludi division and have both been doing pretty well in those divisions. I don't know. I feel like it's going to really depend on what the party wheel picks for them because, Aquatic Vanguard has some wacky comps because they have good old Twig and that wacky brush. And I haven't seen Kappa play in a while. It's been a while since I played them. I used to play them a lot with Tooniverse, but it's been a hot minute. But I know they have some solid people who've been on the team for a very long time. So that could play in their favor too.
Yeah, no, definitely. So yeah, and just check the standings. Both teams are sitting at 1-1, losing games to ITAP. So ITAP is dominating this Group A here, but both picking up wins against Rising Hope. So this one should probably be pretty evenly matched, if I had to guess.
Yeah, it sounds like it. It sounds like they're going to be a very tight matchup since this could be a decisive game for both of them and help them in the standings.
Yeah, but it is worth noting that everybody does move on to bracket. So this is more so for seeding and to get us more gameplay because I want to see as many modifiers come out as possible on stream here.
Oh yes, I'm really hoping we get All-C Jetport. Oh, I want to see that so bad.
Well, let's find out. Shmeeb has brought up the wheel of fate. Let's see what we get.
Random special.
All right, so gonna be starting off with random special, and it is gonna be Ink Storm.
Oh my gosh, all the rain.
Oh man.
Man, I need all the weapons pulled up in front of me, thinking what we're gonna pull out. Let's see.
No,
we could, if we have Twig here, he could pull out an E-liter with the rain. I know he plays that pretty regularly.
CDS also notable in the Inkstorm collection here. There's actually Inkstorm has a lot of weapons that you can work with here.
You can make a pretty decent comp because you also have the old C Junior with Inkstorm too. If you really wanted to pop off those rains.
Yeah, but then this has some of probably the most I guess viable mains in just a traditional comp between a Ballpoint Navo, Bloblobber, CDS, a Carbon Roller, E-liter, Kensa Ludoblaster, ends up 83, which is the least popular of the Edzaps, but it's still an Edzap.
I feel like we'll stay an Edzap though because it is Splat Zones on Piranha Pit.
That is true. The map mode will possibly play a little bit of an effect here. So we are going to get Splat Zones Piranha. Enzap is definitely a great choice there. Also, Tri-Slosher Navo being able to work with those ramps is a great option as well. And as a Tri-Slosher main, somebody better bring out a Tri-Slosher.
Yeah, we could see that probably from Nito on Aquatic Vanguard. He's a Tri-Slosher main. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that.
A person of culture, I see.
So I'm not sure what Kappa will bring out though. I think they're going to be the one to bring out a Blob.
Yeah, no, Blob is honestly a fantastic pick here, and I would anticipate them to bring it out as well, because the Blob is just going to be so fantastic for just getting ink down really quickly, and letting the blobs bounce around a little bit unpredictably off of the ramps or in on the far north and south side of the ramps as well. Just a lot of a couple of tight spaces around that zone that the blob would come in handy.
Of course. Well, I guess we're gonna see right now what we have. All right, there's that E-liter, and we almost called that whole Aquatic Vanguard comp.
Yeah, but no Bloblobber here. But each team is going to bring out a Tri-Navo, which is definitely pretty notable here. But otherwise, everyone else coming out with a unique weapon of choice. So an E-liter, CDS, Enzap on the side of Aquatic Vanguard, the Ballpoint Navo, Tri-Navo, Splattershot, Custom Splattershot Junior, and the Splattershot Pro going to be making up Kappa's combo.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how they utilize this Storm Special, because it's not necessarily enough to cap the zones as you would traditionally see something like a Bomb Rush or a Booyah Bomb, but it is very annoying, and I think we're going to get a lot of that chip damage and a lot of people utilizing that.
Yeah, or, you know, I would love to honestly also see if all 4 members of a team get their raid up at the same time, see if they could just flip the zone with 4 raids going on at once.
Of course, that would be very interesting. We have Twig over here posted up on that ramp, which is a very advantageous spot for that E-Leader. They're going to bully him a little bit with their rain and bombs, trying to get him to move around some more so that he's not in that position to just pick them off. But they have a nice lead there for Aquatic Vanguard, but I think Kappa's pushing in to try and get them out so that they can get some more points on the board here.
Yeah, honestly, rain already starting to play a little bit of a factor here. Forcing these teams to play a little bit more timid, because, you know, you don't want to get caught up in that rain, because if you start to push up and you get caught in the rain, all it's going to take is another shot or two and you go down. So both teams definitely playing a little bit slower here. As you know, we saw everyone up there for quite some time, but now it starts to seem like a bloodbath is occurring as Kappa does go 3 down. Aquatic Vanguard not able to cap the zones though, for whatever reason. They finally get it done. Neo going to be going all the way back into that useless area to hopefully get a jump in there and try to get their team back control of the zone, but Aquatic Vanguard doing a great job of holding them back, just cannot hold on to the zone.
Yeah, they've got good positioning on Aquatic Vanguard's side, you know, with getting Twig on that ramp and getting somebody watching the drops and somebody over on the useless area. But they're now getting pushed back out into their zone and into their space as Kappa gets a hold of their zone, but can't quite get that Tri-Slosher out of their base.
It is going to be Aquatic Vanguard that continues to hold on to control. Honestly, I feel like Aquatic Vanguard could also have been, you know, sniffing a knockout by now. But they keep losing control of the zone for just temporarily, and then they forget to keep the paint on the zone. But finally, they are getting some major points on the board, bringing it all the way down to 32 points remaining. Kappa starting to scramble a little bit, not able to keep all 4 members up for much longer than a few seconds at a time. But this is really all they need though for right now, is just keep the zone in neutral. Aquatic Vanguard having a really tough time keeping paint on the zone anyways, so just continue to hold it in neutral until you get that opportunity. They finally managed to flip the zone in their favor, slapping that 49-point penalty on, but it is still Kappa that continues to see a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, getting that penalty is going to be really helpful for them in being able to build some time to get back in and get their points ticked down. But you saw someone sneak up there on the ball point and got picked off, and they're still holding the zone pretty good here. I think Aquatic Vanguard was a little bit of an advantage with some of their main weapons coming out, but it's starting to turn in Kappa's favor here with the points ticking away, and they're setting themselves up in some good positions and bombing their steps area and trying to keep the ball pushed back.
Yeah, and Kappa now is the one that's actually knocking on the door for this lead. Able to get the E-Leader down there, but Kappa does go 2 members down themselves. So it seems like they will lose control of the zone, but Aquatic Vanguard having a hard time painting once again and able to finally slap on a 39-point penalty for Kappa. But with 3 down on the side of Aquatic Vanguard, Kappa are going to be able to get control of the zone. They should start moving up here to start applying a lot of pressure onto Aquatic Vanguard, because with 20 seconds to go, they need to go for the lead right here, right now.
Yeah, they're ticking through that penalty pretty quickly. I think if they can keep that pressure on the key players of Aquatic Vanguard, they can have a really good chance of getting their lead here. But we see Aquatic Vanguard capping the zones and getting control back and slapping another penalty on Kappa. And we have that E-Leader pushed way up into the zone, but that's going to be game.
So it is Aquatic Vanguard that is taking game number 1 after Kappa brought it pretty close there right at the end. So, you know, the rain definitely caused a little bit I guess, of a more passive gameplay here in game number 1. So, and that ended up just working out perfectly fine in Aquatic Vanguard's favor. But I think we should go to our wheel to see what it is we are going to get for game number 2.
Right. The Wheel of
Please be
Fortune.
trade. Please be trade. Please be trade. Trade team
Oh,
comp.
trade comp. Okay. Oh, wow. That's going to be interesting to see. But again, then we're going to have all rain again. Right?
Yeah. So yes,
all rain again.
both teams must use the same weapons from the previous game, but they must
Oh,
swap
wow.
which player uses each weapon.
Okay, well, they had a couple of weapons that could be this. They had both had the tri-sloshers, so that player will probably just stay on whatever they were on.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think the hardest is going to be the ballpoint E-liter swap.
Yeah, because typically you do not have more than one person that is very comfortable with backline weapons. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see who's going to be the one to pick up the E-liter and ballpoint.
Yeah, I'm interested to see who picks up the leader on the side of Kappa, because I'm not sure I've seen them with a Charger player in my recollection. I could be wrong. But I do know that King on Aquatic Vanguard does play the Swatlings, so he may be the one to pick that up. And Twig may move to a more aggressive front weapon. I think what was interesting for me that with the all rain comp is it was very different from that all brush comp you saw in the match with BLT and Vaporwave, because they were having to be very aggressive, very in everyone's face, and a much more frontliney game, whereas, like you were saying, much more passive with all that rain. So I wonder if the passiveness will hold up, or if it will, if they'll have to be more aggressive as we go on to, what is it, Tower Control Anchovy? No, it's not. Clam Blitz Snapper.
That may or may not feel comfortable with their specific weapons. So what I think is probably going to dictate this game is the tri-sloshers are probably going to be trying to work that flank a lot more. Just trying to go by that bike and take the back door to try to set up shop, and try to get some jumps in. With those power climbs, let the rest of the team be as passive as possible. Like, you don't need to get picks with weapons that you have no idea how to use.
All right, well, it looks like we're diving right into this game here.
All right, so Nito Goody running with those tri-slosher Novos. It is also gonna be Neo that's gonna be on that junior, and what is that, Zev that's gonna be on with that ballpoint. I believe that is that what you had called? I forgot.
Yeah, so I think we do see King coming out on the ballpoint, which I had anticipated from Aquatic Vanguard, and looks like both the bucket players kept their buckets, which makes sense because that's what they're comfortable with and familiar with. But it looks like instead of swapping, we don't see that E-liter that I thought was. I guess I got the modifier wrong, because it looks like they're all doing Kappa's comp.
Yeah, I think they each interpreted the modifier a little bit different, actually. So
I'm wondering.
So I think one of them swapped weapons between their own team, and the other swapped weapons based on the other team's comp.
Okay, so it looks like. It looks like we're just knocking out here to redo the match. Okay, yeah, they're gonna replay.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we got a nice little drip pick there inside of Aquatic Vanguard. Just cheering on their opponents as they get those clams in. All the booyahs.
And several more clams here to jump coming in.
Okay, so for some clarification, it looks like they were supposed to shuffle their comp from the last match.
Okay, so they keep their own team comp, but they shuffle between the players.
What it looks like.
Gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, no, totally fine. Because we were also interpreting it the other way as well there for a moment.
Yeah, both teams must
so-
use the same weapons from the previous game, but they must swap which player uses each weapon.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So just a little bit of an interpretation issue. Which reading it back again, this does make sense. So let's see. Okay, yeah, because there is another modifier, I believe, that causes them to switch weapons with the other team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a slight misunderstanding of the modifier wordage. But okay, so that means people are not going to be as comfortable because they can't play the same weapon. So the Tri-Slasher can't stay on Tri-Slasher, the leader can't stay on leader. Okay. Wow.
So it's even more so I think we're going to be getting passive gameplay, as you are now going to be forcing probably one of your Slayers to play an E-leader.
Well, it's interesting because I was thinking about, as a support player, it is not my job to kill people. And I was thinking about if I was playing in this match, would I keep my play style and try to just lay down paint with whatever weapon I had? Or would I try to modify to what the weapon's meant to be? Like, be more of a back, be more of a front line if that's what the weapon was for. And, I'm just not sure. I think it could really go either way.
Yeah, and it really depends on what weapon you picked up. So if you did pick up like an E-leader, for example, I feel like it would just make sense to play more backline, because I don't know how you would necessarily play a more traditional support as an E-leader. I suppose it's possible.
Yeah, I think you would just paint for specials, because I'm not going to hit anything with that E-leader. I don't have aim like that. So I'm going to be running special charge, special saver.
Well, it does seem like these teams are ready now. So let's go ahead and take a look and see how these weapons have moved around.
All right, yep. J King does actually play both backline versions, the Splatling and the Charger, so I'm not surprised that he picked that up. Not surprised he's not that leader.
Yeah, so it does seem like that it is J King and who's on the E-leader originally?
Twig was the first time, and Twig's now on the Tri-Slasher.
Ah, okay. So that's a little So okay, I was thinking that they each did a swap, a 1-for-1 swap, but I think there was a whole rotation there.
Yeah, so it looks like they're gonna be making their push now. They've got 77. That's a pretty okay push. It'd be okay. Nice. They got a couple more clams in. Because you want to get that push under that 80. Because if you just get the one clam in, I feel like that push is not necessarily worth it if it's going to be your first push.
Exactly. It really isn't. So they are able to get 1+2 in, but not much more beyond that. As now we do see Reef, being a little bit sneaky there, possibly trying to set up something on the back door of Kappa, of Aquatic Vanguard, but yeah, both of these teams playing, a little bit passive as we kind of anticipated there, and I think both teams are just trying to wait for the other one to make a wrong move first, fall into their hands, but there is that back door as we had anticipated, but it is going to be Aquatic Vanguard that does get that power clam in. So they're going to be, so Capita's going to be stuck waiting for a bit, but they are still ready for a push of their own, bringing it all the way down to 47 points remaining. Another jump coming in, trying to bring this down even further.
And they do. They get it. They're at 21 right now, and maybe still getting some points on the board unless Aquatic Vanguard can get them out of their base. And it looks like they're getting some picks, and that basket is going to close on them. Now, one thing was interesting. I was surprised that Kappa made that push with so little paint on the board. It looked like Aquatic Vanguard just had so much yellow out there that I didn't know how Kappa was going to get in. And I think paint control can be really determining, especially in clams, especially when you're trying to make those sneaky plays.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But now it does seem like that Aquatic Vanguard is going to be attempting a push of their own here. They did get the Tri-Slosher down, and now there it is the CDS making their move, but they do go 2 down, so I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get any more clams, and this might just be another 1 power clam push, which is not what Aquatic Vanguard needs right now. They need to get a nice strong push going to rival that of Kappa's that we've seen so far, already 2 solid pushes.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Kappa's composition they have makes them a little bit more mobile on this map. While CDS can be good for holding the street and you have the zap for the paint, I think E-Leader's a little hard on this map unless it's zones, because they're not going to be able to just post up in the snipe like they normally would for like a zones match. They have to be a lot more mobile, and against that ballpoint, I think it's very difficult.
Yeah, no, definitely is the case. So now both these teams back to kind of just holding neutral ground, trying to be a little bit passive here, but it is going to be Aquatic Vanguard that sees themselves going 2 down, so it is going to be Zebs that's trying to move up now, but J-King with that very close to AG leader.
Trying to get those tap shots in. Oh, but he gets one!
There you go, the Slayer E-Leader. At your service.
We love to see it when the party wheel brings you the slaying E-Leader. We see Kappa here building up some paint. We see Nito trying to shark around and get a pick on that power clam. Doesn't quite get it. Those point sensors are really telling where those Slayer players are and making it hard for them to get those picks on the ranged players. We just have a couple seconds here left in this match. Going to need to see a big push out of Aquatic Vanguard if they want to get the win here.
Yeah, and Kappa holding on to 2 power clams. So they still have all the clams in their pockets at this time. It seems like Aquatic Vanguard, it has not even really sniffed close to the 10 power clams necessary to even start to consider a push. They just have not been able to find the clams on the field quite yet.
It looks like Ike has that jump for them, and it's no longer a viable option. They didn't even have the power clams to make the jump, so I don't know that would have worked out. And I think Kappa's just holding them off right now. See a clam trying to sneak in. Are they gonna make it? I don't know if they are. Don't know. Oh no, and they go down. And we have Brain coming out. We have someone trying to run over and grab the power clam.
Yeah, but that was 3 down there, so that is going to be it for Aquatic Vanguard. Kappa going to be taking game number 2 here after having the trade team weapons modifier kick in.
Man, you called it. You said this was going to be a close match, and as we go into game 3, we're at 1-1. So you were right.
Yes, so this is the first time this tournament that we are going into a game 3 tied 1 apiece. So gonna be a pretty exciting game number 3, but of course, the modifier wheel, we gotta see what we get and what kind of shenanigans we are gonna have to deal with.
Hit us with it.
Okay,
we're gonna party on this last stage. All right.
Oh,
Turf
no.
War game 3. Not what you really want to see, but as a competitor, not what you want to see, but as a viewer, I am very excited.
Oh man. So it is play Splatfest Turf War and select a random shifty station.
Ooh, boy.
Oh man, this is a way to play a decisive game 3.
I mean, good news, you get to pick all your weapons, so you can start fresh. Bad news is Turf War. And basically don't die in the last 30 seconds.
Oh man. I cannot wait for either the bouncy twins or fancy spew.
What's the one with the it looks like fruit roll-ups that come out like a tongue.
Yes.
That one would be very interesting to see. The bouncy one would be very interesting. The one with the tentacles in the ground that you have to explode. Very interested to see which shifty station we roll here.
It is going to be Grappling Girl.
Oh, crap.
So, yes, that
Oh,
that
that's
is
the one with the high up mid area and like
yes,
all the
with all
skate.
the hooks
Oh
that
gosh.
you can shoot, and it brings you halfway across the map.
Oh my gosh, I'm interested to see what comes out here. I think we're gonna see Twig bring out that old brush and do some interesting things with those grapplings. Man, well, I mean, this one's really hard because you have to go to that mid area in order to get over into your enemy's base area. And if you can't get up there, you're pretty locked out. So
Yeah. No, honestly, yeah. But I feel like there's way worse that we could have gotten.
certainly. That bouncy one, I can't tell you how many times I fill up the map.
Gosh, the bouncy twins, I think it's easily the worst. It is honestly the best named Shifty Station. It is the worst Shifty Station map.
Yeah. All right, let's see. 1-1. Who's going to take it home?
Oh man.
What
Look
do we
at
got
all
here?
those grapplings.
Oh, we got a silver arrow spray! All right.
There you go. This is the only time that you will ever see a silver arrow spray.
Nito, my
or-
heart. I love silver arrow spray. This is my main for a very long time.
Yeah, the only time that I think you will realistically see an arrow spray in a tournament setting.
I mean, unless it's Starburst and Rainmaker.
That is true.
Okay, yeah, Twig did come out with that brush and is already slapping people around. We have, is that... Yeah, we have 2 Splatlings on the side of Kappa, the Mini, and the Hero Splatling. I'm interested that that's the... I think they're trying to get range here against Aquatic Vanguard instead of trying to fight them up close, which is not necessarily a bad idea when you have Twig on the brush and Nito, who normally play as a Tri-Slosher, getting that range on them to try and help keep them away from you.
Yeah, but when the name of the game is to put ink on the ground, that's exactly what Aquatic Vanguard's comp is built to do right now. With that Aerospray and Junior together, like that is so much ink you're going to be getting down. So Kappa is going to be heavily relying on getting some picks here to be able to just get out and expand beyond their side of the map to get some ink on the ground.
Not only just individual picks, but they also need to... Oh, what? That grappling took him all the way to the enemy base! I would never even thought of that. I wonder if that's why they brought out that Stingray.
I would love
Now
to
everyone's
ask.
jumping to them to be able to flank them from behind.
I have no idea
What
if that
a
was actually
strategy.
the intention.
I mean...
I really hope
kind of hope it's
was
an accident.
100% planned, but that would honestly be the best accident.
I want it to be an accident now just because of, like, how lucky of an accident to stumble upon. But it does look like they get almost everybody out of their base. Except for Goody. Goody hanging in there from behind, trying to pinch them with paint. Which, if they're not looking at their map, they're not going to notice. So I wonder if Aquatic Vanguard's going to realize that somebody's behind them and trying to pick them off. And Reef and Zev have jumped over to help out the battle and try to get more paint on the board. It's an interesting technique you can use because if you don't get mid, sometimes you worry, oh no, I might not win this turf battle. But if you can get enough of the enemy side painted too, it might even out. It's making it very hard to tell who's in the lead here paint-wise.
And we are in those final 30 seconds, and this is where everything gets determined. It does seem like that Aquatic Vanguard still has a slight lead. Kappa was able to bring it back, though, with that, playing from behind the other team. But it seems like they aren't able to get the picks that they need. So this is still going to go down to the wire, but I have a feeling this might be in turn of Aquatic Vanguard based on those closing seconds.
I think you're right. I think that Kappa did not get those picks in those final seconds they needed. It looks like AV has it.
Ooh, by exactly 9%.
Wow.
So, congrats to Aquatic Vanguard for winning the final Splatfest.
Maybe not the final Splatfest. We could see another one.
The final Splatfest of the set.
Yes, that's correct.
So, or I guess of Swiss here as well, or group stage, I guess is the better way to put that. So Aquatic Vanguard taking this one 2-1.
Yeah,
over
congratulations,
Kappa.
AV.
Oh man. Well, what a set we had there.
Yes,
With,
I'm very excited to have commentated that one. I think we're gonna take a short break. DRF, is this your last set for now?
Yes, it unfortunately is, but I
Oh.
will be in the chat watching the rest of this one because this has been just so entertaining. We definitely love to see tournaments like this, and we definitely need to see a couple more tournaments like this pop up as well. So a big shout out to Shmeeb for having me. This has been so much fun so far, and I am looking forward to watching the rest as well.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, DRF. I will be back in the next round, and we'll take a short break and see you guys soon.
Stay tuned.
Hello everyone, the bracket is just getting started now. We've had quite a few matches already that took it very close, even with the randomized modifiers. But we're ready to start the single elimination bracket now. Yes, I exist again, hello. And I will be commentating with Miss Popgun again. So, hello, Miss Popgun. Welcome back. How has this been to you so far?
It's been really fun. It's very interesting because it's not your traditional commentary, because not everybody's playing traditional weapons or playstyles or strategies.
It looks like Battlefy is giving me a bit of issues here. I clicked start bracket. I don't think it did. Okay, there we go. Yeah, okay, it started now. Okay, there we go. So, for this first bracket match, we have Kappa versus Illumini. We've already seen Kappa a few times, but I don't think we've seen Illumini yet on stream.
We did see Kappa. We saw Kappa versus Aquatic Vanguard just in the last round. I think this would be a good matchup to see. I've not seen Kappa versus Illumini in recent history, to my recollection.
Yeah, I don't think Illumini has been on stream yet, though. So this will be an interesting game for sure. Right now we're just waiting for people to be in the lobby. Actually, I need to make sure they have my friend code.
Probably pretty necessary.
Yes, for sure.
I'm looking forward to this bracket round because we have best of 3 this time for round 1.
Yes, this time it is best of 3 instead of play all 3, which means once you have the advantage in the set, you will be eliminated from the tournament, since this is single elimination.
Yes. I think we've got a good lineup here for this round, too, because we have zones on Starfish first, unless the fate of the wheel changes something. I guess is also a possibility.
Yeah, everything is still up in the air, considering.
I'm
Considering
still on the edge of
gimmick.
my seat to see that C-Jet port.
I'm
want it
really
so bad.
hoping. I'm really hoping it waits to show itself until Grands. I think that'd be hilarious. Like game 7 Grands and its freaking C-Jet port.
Or it could be like the last one, it'd be Splatfest, the final one.
Oh,
It'd
true.
be all like nearly tied up. The decisive
Pick the most
game.
unbalanced Splatfest map for Grands. Freaking
Right.
Zappy Long Shocking.
I would just hate to get the one with the bouncies. I never time it right and I always die.
I would love to see a Bouncy Twins Grand Finals.
Gosh, that would be chaos, which is I guess the name of the game here at the party wheel.
So, the teams are almost in. I guess in the meantime, we can go ahead and spin this wheel.
Spin the wheel.
Let's
Spin
see
the
what's
wheel.
in store this time. Looks like we're starting off with a random class. Which this time we will be having Brellas.
Oh boy.
So everyone in this game has to use Brellas only, which means their options are Splat Brella, Tentabrella, and Undercover.
And it is zones of Starfish, so I expect we'll see at least one of the. Well, I mean, we have a lot of bomb rushes to choose from.
Yes, which is very good for Splat zones. So
Yeah,
it's gonna.
because you have the
go back
curling
and
with the
forth a lot.
tent, or the splat bomb with the Brella, the regular Brella, and then you have. Well, you could do the. I wonder if we'll see an armor Cunderbrella.
The Undercover usually doesn't get a lot of screen time, so hopefully this allows it to
People see its
actually
true
have a
power.
place. Yep. Finally have a place on a competitive stream.
Yeah, those. I mean, I think people sometimes undervalue that torpedo bomb. It can be really helpful.
And its painting ability, because it is very good at painting.
Yeah, it always surprises me how much it can paint and how fast it can get armor on the Kunder.
Alright, so we have Splat Zone Starfish main stage for this first one, and everyone's gonna be on Brellas. Both of our teams right now are just trying to figure out what to use here.
Yeah, it's what strategy do you take? Do you go, I mean, the route of all different Brellas? Do you do similar Brellas with an overwhelming special? Because I know when we did the all brushes with, what was it, BLT and Vaporwave did all of the same brush and just tried to missile spam to death. And BLT went the route of different kinds of brushes. I think we could see a similar setup here.
Did really give them the versatility they needed. But with it being Splat Zones, the option opens up of what if you just used all tents?
Yeah. All the curling rushes.
Yeah, that'd be pretty hard to get down, but it'd also be really difficult to set that up on the zone in the first place since they can't move very much.
I agree. Or you could stagger a splat bomb with a curling bomb rush.
That too, because there's
a lot of possibilities.
the Sorella Splat Brella with the Splat Bomb Rush. Alright, it looks like both of our teams are ready here, so let's see what we have in store this time.
Wheel of Fate, what did you bring us?
Alright, we're seeing double undercover, 1 tent in this lobby. That's less tents than I thought I'd see, honestly.
Oh yeah, I thought there'd be at least 2. Double
We have
undercover,
the double
double
Sorella on
splat.
both teams.
Yeah, so they
Definitely
went for
banking on
that splat bomb.
rush.
Wow, already kind of chaotic with all of the
The Brella
splats.
blast here.
The little shotgun shots from the Brellas, but we see Illumini taking the zone early on.
Lots
getting
of
some
bombs
points
being
from it.
thrown around right right now with those splat bomb rushes all coming up around the same time, but it looks like Illumini manages to win out on that front.
Yep, and it looks like they're still ticking away points here for Illumini. These point sensors were more pivotal than I thought they would be, seeing those kind of popping on the zone. But we have one down on the side of Illumini, so I think it looks like they're pushing back. Kappa's pushing in here, trying to get control of that zone. But again, we have those mines popping off, and they do not get the zone there. Illumini hangs onto it down to 47 so far.
Kappa tried to get that flank, but it looked like the bomb rush wasn't enough to get through any of those umbrella shields.
Yeah, that bomb rush is very good for capitalizing on zone, but it is not good for getting the other umbrellas down, it seems.
It's very good for taking down that shield, but what do you do after the shield is down?
Mm-hmm.
And it
Yeah,
also looks like that tent has been very helpful for getting paint on the zone, though it's still not enough to cap it for Kappa.
We have Reef hiding in literally 1 centimeter of ink. But he is found out. Oh, trying that bomb rush.
Offensive bomb rush.
Life.
Taking
Yeah,
the zone
they
for
do
Kappa.
cap the zone. Nice job, Reef.
And getting the
And
pit.
getting it.
2 down on Illumini. Kappa could definitely take this back on their end.
Yeah, if they can get a lockout here and get some points on the board, they did give a decent penalty to Illumini, which will be a long fight to get back from. See, lots of trades going on here, lots of exploding little inklings.
And it looks like Illumini is now the one who's been pushed back into their zone, into their base. This bomb rush might be enough to take it back, though. Oh,
but they have a counter
saved
bomb
it
rush
for
on
sure.
the other side. Yeah, that curling bomb rush is absolutely helping them hold onto that zone. But, oh, here we go. Illumini has capped back, but they have that big penalty to get through. 60 points is no joke, and we have Kappa jumping out to try and regroup. While Illumini is looking very coordinated here. They're sticking together very well. Looks like they're calling out where people are and holding onto that zone. Halfway through that penalty.
Get wiped. Looks
That's gonna hurt.
Looks like that bomb rush from the from Riley was enough to get Kappa the zone back and overwhelming map control.
Yeah, and they did not have as big a penalty to get through, so they just have about 15 ticks to get through to keep that zone and start building onto their tip off a point. Oh, that's a good pick there with that bomb rush.
The zone is just going back and forth. It looks like no one can quite get through their penalty.
Yeah, they're just trading it off, it looks like. And we have Goody trying to hide, getting found out, and using another bomb rush to try and save themselves. Not quite staying alive there, getting picked off by Snow.
Yeah, these bomb rushes are making it very hard for anyone to have a firm stance on any given area, but it looks like Illumini is doing a good job at holding their ground this time.
Yeah, it looks like they only have 5 ticks left to go here. I think they're gonna hold it out.
Looks like Kappa's flank wasn't quite fast enough to set up on the zone there.
So that's game 1 going to Illumini. I have to say, those are some of the most interesting 1v1s I have ever seen. Just little shotgun spurts of ink going out at each other with their own shields.
Yes, that was a very chaotic match, and they definitely took advantage of all the bomb rushes that their weapons had. Definitely never had a firm hold on the zone until the very end there.
Yeah, the bomb rushes didn't end up being as overpowering as I thought they would be. I thought we would see bomb rush after bomb rush after bomb rush, and in actuality, the umbrellas were painting enough they didn't have to rely on it as much. But I'm interested to see what the Wheel of Fate has for game 2.
Yep, let's see what's happening next. And Illumini does have the point here, which means this random weapons round will be game point for Illumini. Let's see what weapons both teams will have to deal with on this occasion.
Oh, this is so fun because You could get a random one where nobody knows how to use the weapon that they get. You could get one where someone at an advantage. I love random weapons.
Yes, and in this one, both teams are going to be using the same set of 4 weapons, even though
Okay.
it isn't the same single weapon. It is the same team comp, but they both are on equal footing here with the weapons they're given. And we have Vanilla Explasher, Gluga Dooley's Deco, Vanilla Rapid Blaster, and Sploosh 7.
Very interesting.
So both
And then
teams
with
will be
our-
using those 4 weapons. They can assign them to whichever team member they want, but both teams will be using that comp.
And our map this time is TC Anchovy.
I almost forgot to change the map.
Well, I'm glad I mentioned it for you. So looking at these weapons, we have Bubbles, Baller, Splat Bomb Launcher, and Ultra Stamp. I think
pretty
that wall
balanced
is going to
setup.
be really good, though. That wall on Anchovy is pretty nice.
Oh, for sure. It's already a very defense-heavy map.
Yeah, my only concern is they don't have something that necessarily stalls out the zone very much unless they can get those bubbles in just the right place, not the zone, the tower. Because normally you would see something like a suction bomb rush or a booyah bomb to help stop that tower from progressing forward. They don't have that option. I guess they have splat bomb launcher, but again, those are kind of hard to pinpoint where you want them to go.
Yeah, the bomb rush might be valuable on tower, but only if they can place those bombs exactly where they need them to be, since they do roll off of edges.
Yeah, they're a little less predictable in where they're going to fall. And I also think we don't have any suction bombs, which is another thing that a lot of people will play on tower because you can just throw that on to help prevent people from getting on the tower. We have, again, a splat bomb confirmed in the Sploosh 7, which, once again, that rolling feature that sometimes plays in your favor. I won't lie. As a junior main, splat bombs are fun for that.
Yeah, and also the Gluga Doolies, with the being the only weapon with a ton of kill power on here that also has the range to take on the other ranged weapons of this comp.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of Gluga versus Blaster battles. Let's see who we have here. Alright, so we have Zevs on the Explo for Kappa and Radish on the Explo for Illumini. It looks like Kappa here is going for a more spread out paint, maybe trying to build some specials to go in for the tower. The control of those fans can be really pivotal, and I think Radish is trying to hold that fan up and prevent Kappa from moving forward on it.
Yeah, especially with these Exploshers in play, having control of the ledge that can alter its height is going to be very important, since height is such an important factor for Explosher.
Yeah, we see the bubbles come out trying to, melee that baller, and they do get to pick on the baller, not necessarily from bubbles, but from the players up on the arcade area. So it looks like Illumini is doing a pretty decent job of holding Kappa back into their base while that tower is clearing the checkpoint, and they're bomb rushing off the checkpoint, getting that sprinkler out. Oh, the sprinkler. Oh, but here comes the hammer. The hammer's broke through the defenses, but gets taken out.
Yeah, and the advantage state on this map is very, very snowbally. You need very well-timed specials and bomb throws in order to break out of spawn during the enemy's push here. And it looks like Kappa was able to put a stop before they even reached the third checkpoint.
Yeah, that's going to be really good in Kappa's next push, because having a big push on this map can be really overwhelming. But stopping them before they got that final checkpoint is really a strong move for them. And it looks like we have Neo trying to move up into the enemy arcade right now and pulling out a baller to bring their attention behind them, maybe so that their teammates from the front side can get some picks.
But that flank just barely doesn't work out. The Explosher getting just a bit too much chip damage on them. And Illumini may be defending that push before it could get started.
Yeah, it looks like Kappa maybe moved in a little too far ahead, a little too fast. Maybe the rest of the team wasn't able there to help support it. But it does get a pick on the Expo, picking up that bubble blower from that flank. But once again, we have Illumini pushing up very hard into that arcade zone and getting picks, and then jumping in to try and help continue that push.
Yeah, it seems like this is a map that very much plays into a style that they're used to. Because it heavily awards being able to push up quick and taking control as quickly as you can.
Yeah, and I don't know how much experience Kappa has with any of these weapon sets, but I do feel like Illumini feels pretty comfortable on some of these weapons, especially the Expo and the Glugas, so maybe that's putting into their favor, having a little bit of familiarity with the weapons that they were given.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the usual mains are for the people on these teams, but it does seem like several people in this lobby do already know how to use the weapons they were given, which is part of the strategy with the random weapons modifier, since you can pick who takes which weapons.
Yeah, and I think that picking who gets what is a really big decision, really valuable as far as the gameplay goes. Oh, that ball does get pushed off the tower, and they're going to try and make use of it by pushing up, but not quite getting up there. Pretty backed into a corner there by the rest of Illumini.
Kappa's
okay,
still
but Reese
hanging on
does
to
a
this
nice
push
pick.
with the special usages.
We've got Bubble V Bubble here. Looks like the Illumini bubbles are going to take out Kappa's bubbles, and Goody is going to have to back up. Oh, he just gets picked off. Looks like it's just Zevs up here for Kappa.
Yeah, Kappa manages to retreat, but it seems like they at least managed to maintain control of where they already had control of, which would be good since they can start up another push when they're ready.
Yeah, they're going to need to get some picks here before they are able to get up in that arcade, and they do get one here with the Explo. So if they can use those bubbles...
Right.
Yeah, if they can hold in that bubble, they do get another pick here. So that's 2 down. So now they really need to focus up in that snipe area and get people, prevent people from getting up there and getting that height advantage. We see that hammer moving in. We see them very close to taking the lead here. Are they
This might be the
do
comeback.
it?
Oh, by one. Oh, and they took
and
it back.
do get the lead.
Just barely because of that tower
And-
momentum, being able to take the lead back and get the 3rd checkpoint.
And still taking points. They might get the KO here, and they do.
That was a very nice match from Kappa.
Yeah, an
Illumini
incredible
was very
comeback.
close to holding that for the whole game, but it turns out that those extra specials right at the end were what they needed.
Yeah, early in that match, I really thought it was going to go to Illumini because of how much dominance they had in holding down the enemy arcade. But Kappa was able to get those vital picks and keep that push going. So that's got us all tied up at 1-1. So we're going all the way to game 3.
Yeah, and let's see what this final modifier is for this first bracket
Spin
set.
the wheel, spin the wheel.
It looks like we have no shooters, just a good
Ooh.
old classic Splatoon game, but more enjoyable.
Okay, more enjoyable to some.
Well, it depends on the shooters. that
I
are
like the whole
involved to begin with.
ZR.
Fair enough. Me too. All of my mains are shooters. I make fun of the shooters all the time, but I'm also the one who only mains shooters. So, who am I to talk?
The hypocrisy is real. So that takes us to... So the map's going to stay what it originally was planned, so that means we have Clam Blitz on Piranha Pit. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Because normally you see things like a C-Jet or V-Jet. You see lots of CDSs or Pros or 52s. You see a lot of shooters on this map. But I do think they could come out with some sloshers for sure.
Yeah, we might.
Maybe a tent. Maybe a tent.
I'm
Might see a
expecting
tent.
to maybe see a dually squelcher. Because CDS is a very shooter adjacent weapon, and its range and chip damage is good for a long map like this.
Yeah, I do. I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of those mid ranges coming out, especially with the length of this map. It's a very mid range favorable map, kind of like Hotel. Hotel kind of favors that mid to long range as well.
Yeah, and the instead of being like big and open like Hotel, this one is kind of just a hallway. So there are a lot of weapons that aren't shooters that really play into this map well.
Yeah, I think I've seen like the bubble tent is good on those pushes. Seen a lot of sloshers on this map. Wouldn't be surprised to even see a blobber. That would be something interesting to see. I haven't seen one of those yet.
Well, let's
since
see.
I've been commentating. All right, diving in. What do we have here?
Ooh.
Oh, we got tetras and some splines. Oh, look at those
the
tri-sloshers.
triple slosher comp. That's gonna. That seems like it might give Illumini some trouble since they brought out the Kunder here.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see that blobber. I was hoping for it. I think also they might be at a pretty decent paint advantage with a blob and two tries.
Yeah, the Mini and Kunder paint a lot, but 2 tries is kind of hard to match in terms of paint strength.
Yeah, I think some of the speed of painting too, like while Kunder and Mini paint a lot, sometimes they don't paint very quickly because you have the charge time on the Mini and the slight delay in the shots on the Kunder. And it looks like we have a lot of purple on the field, and Kappa maybe trying to make their first push here. Somebody coming in on that ink rail and picking off 2. They're pushing in. They're going to score at least 1 power clam.
It looks like Lappy here is able to... Oh, I stand corrected. They stopped them for a fair bit of time, but was able to stall until their other teammates could arrive at least.
Yeah, and Zems has a few clams here to help keep the basket open a little bit longer. They've gotten it down to 48. I'm wondering if they can get any more, but it looks like the basket is about to close. So no more than 48 on this push, but that is a huge first push for Kappa.
And that pick on Reef right before. That's 3 down on Kappa's side. Illumini might be able to retake the map off of this.
Yeah, if they can get some of that paint control and coverage and get some clams built up, I think they'll be in a good position for a push. Maybe try to get some picks, but though that Tri-Saucer hiding out under the drop can be very devastating.
Yeah, it looks like Kappa is prepared to maintain their position they had before going 3 down.
Yeah, it looks like they are armoring with their Tetras down and trying to make that push happen. Can they get that clam in, or is Reef and Hall? If they do get that power clam in, Reef popping Inkjet to try and stay alive and try to keep them off the basket.
They managed to get two power clams in. Are they able to keep the basket open for more, though?
They've got 1 more in, but I think they're going to get picked off and taken out of there. Oh, wait, we have 1 more with the Mini sneaking in and, getting the lead!
Unfortunately going down, but taking the lead by a pretty decent amount there.
Yeah, they do get the lead here by more than 10 points, and that's a really good push on their behalf. We do have a lot of game left to go, though, so this is still anyone's match here. Looks like we have Neo trying to sneak up there.
Yep, this might
under
be
the
able
basket.
to get Kappa yet another push in. The super jump onto the wall there does break their basket, but are they able to do anything off of it?
I don't know. I think that Tri-Slosher is going to get picked off there with that clam in their hands with 3 people on them.
Unfortunately, they just make it through their penalty, which gives Illumini another power clam to work with.
Yeah, I think that jump was just a little bit too soon because the jump landing was down below instead of up under the basket, so they weren't able to just toss in the clam. We do have armor coming out on the side of Illumini here, making Kappa back up. A couple into their useless, and they do go. One of the Tri-Sloshers does go down, so it looks like Illumini is setting up here to try and get a push in before that player is back up. They're popping specials to push in and popping specials to protect. The blob does go down too, so it's 2v4 right now
Lots of
until
specials
everyone's
going
back
off. Unfortunately, the Knot is unable to use their Inkjet. Both teams going in for super jumps.
Oh my
and
god!
Kappa manages to sneak behind Illumini and take the lead back again.
Wow, Illumini was completely blind to that jump, as was I. I didn't see it until they were already jumping. I couldn't believe they were jumping out with Illumini right there.
It looks like Illumini is able to stop their push from getting any further, but now they'll have to get through their 33 penalty and an additional 22 points to get their trend back, to get their lead back.
Yeah, and they've thrown that power clam so that another teammate has picked it up. We have the Tetras with the power clam, which is very interesting because normally you wouldn't want your Slayer to have that and be able to identify where they are.
Looks like the blob is just trying to stall out Illumini, but they're unable to. Illumini has 30 clams. If they manage to get this push off, they will take
Here goes
the lead
one.
again.
There's one power clam in. Here's
There's
two power
clams.
in.
They only
They've
need to score a bit more and they'll take the lead back, but Kappa is defending really hard here.
We do
And
get a couple more
everyone
clams
goes
in.
down.
Oh, but that wipe is going to be detrimental. They are going to have to make a power clam here in the last 7 seconds even to get overtime. I just don't know. It looks like maybe they have 7 in one person's hands.
And
But not
they are
enough.
unable to get overtime, which means the set goes to Kappa.
Wow, that was an intense match. That jump, I did not expect that.
Yeah, that was a very good play from Kappa there. Neither of us even saw it, so you know
Not
they
until it was
were
already happening.
they were sneaking around quite well there.
Yeah, GG's to both teams. That was a really amazing set to commentate. I'm glad I got to be part of it.
Yes, thank you for coming. I do appreciate all of the commentators that have been coming around for each set. Definitely couldn't have done it myself, but we do still have a couple more rounds of bracket left. So, in just a few minutes, we'll be on to round 2.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for having me, Shmeeb.
Thank you for coming. Alright guys, I will not be commentating for this round, but I am ready to welcome JPEG once again and Falco Flyer for the semi-finals of this tournament.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Party Wheel. We are entering the semifinals of our tournament. My name is Falco Flyer, and joined with me today is JPEG. JPEG, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Falco. Really excited to see what the Party Wheel brings into round 2 of bracket. Has been kind so far to any of the teams, but that's kind of the fun of it, right?
Yeah, it certainly is. And you had the pleasure of commentating 2 earlier sets. Coming up next, we are going to see ITAP versus BLT, and this is going to be a really good matchup. So all of the matches that were in round 1 of our brackets actually ended 2-0, except for the match that ended on stream, where we saw that one end 2-1. So a little bit about both of these teams coming up. ITAP, they were Div 4 and Ludi went 3-2. BLT Div 5 went 0-5. So based off of that, you would think ITAP has the upper edge. But again, this is Party Wheel. Nothing is set in stone.
That's kind of the beauty of it. Even like those underdog teams kind of have a chance to show off a bit. I mean, we saw BLT absolutely crush an earlier set where they had to play all sploosh and then play all brush. They did a great job in that set. So, maybe they're just the best at adapting, improvising, and overcoming. But I haven't seen ITAP at all yet, and I'd imagine they're pretty good at this. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, and I had the pleasure of doing a few of their commentary sets on the Splatoon at Purdue channel. They're a very fun team, and unfortunately, they can't play forever because once you kind of graduate, you can't really be associated with the team anymore. So I know this is probably going to be one of their last few tournaments that they participate as the last semester for a few of these members comes in. So something a little bit different about round 2 of our bracket is it is a best of 5 rather than a best of 3. So we are guaranteed to see 3 games, could go all the way to game 5.
Awesome, yeah. Hopefully they start getting a little closer now that we're on round 2. But without further ado, let's spin that wheel. Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah. Shuffle maps.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there were some maps that, we did have a predetermined map and mode order, but Shmeeb is going to be working his magic behind the scenes to create a new map list, so it's going to be a surprise to all of us.
Yeah, not much strategy to come up with. I mean, if any of these teams made strategies on the existing maps, they got to throw that out the window right now, so...
Yeah, but if you can't really practice this tournament other than just say, okay, this is going to be a sabotage, this is going to be a sabotage, we have to play with these restrictions. But for shuffling maps, there's going to be no restrictions. It's literally just the maps are going to be shuffled. So this is going to be just a classic matchup.
Yeah, Party Wheels decided to be a little forgiving on this first game rather.
Yeah,
so, we're gonna just see whoever comes out on top is just gonna be the clear victor here.
Right, and it looks like we will be starting off with tower control on Piranha Pit. So, not my personal favorite. I would much rather play zones or Clan Blitz on Piranha Pit as we just saw, but this will be a good match.
Yes, I always say it could always be worse, Oh,
absolutely. Everything could always be worse.
Yeah. And either of these teams probably, they're probably just going to do the usual thing. I mean, a little bit of a weird map aside, but not much to say about it. Not much going on here. Probably going to see their typical comps. Pretty predictable match, actually.
Yeah, and we'll see if this is going to be a match that kind of goes all 5 minutes into overtime, or if there's going to be kind of a quick knockout. Now, I believe with Piranha Pit Tower, there are 3 checkpoints. Is that correct?
I recall. Yes, I believe there are 3.
Okay, and it's kind of tricky because it kind of wraps around each of the ramps too. So there are some positions where, hey, it's farther away, even though they're moving closer on their tower. I have to work harder to get to that tower, so it can make some lockouts pretty interesting.
Yeah, right. That second checkpoint really puts you into the enemy's base, but once you're past it, you're kind of back into mid. So once you're past that second checkpoint, you're kind of set for the match, and it's a lot easier to defend. So I think that's going to be the goal of this game is to get past that second checkpoint first.
Yeah, that's a that's a good analysis too. And this tower isn't the easiest to get onto as well. Similar to Rainmaker, you kind of have to go up the ramp in order to land on the tower. So I don't expect any team to take it pretty early on unless they get a team wipe or have a major player advantage. But this tower is really easy to avoid at the beginning. And we are still waiting for our teams to kind of ready up and get in here. But the other match that is going on right now is Wiggly Phantoms versus Kappa. Again, both of those teams, or Wiggly Phantoms won 2-0 over Aquatic Vanguard, and Kappa, as you saw on stream, won 2-1 over Illumini.
Yeah, it's a very good win too. They kind of did a lot of last minute wins. I started noticing a trend with Kappa kind of doing these last minute like pushes and stuff, but saw them performing every time I've seen them on stream. They're performing very well, so I think we might see a victor here, but I can't hold my judgment there yet. Gotta see
Yeah.
the other teams here, but I gotta say Kappa so far looking really good from what I've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been playing really well, and most of these teams have too. And again, it's just all about adapting to whatever sabotage is kind of thrown your way. I'm kind of a one-trick pony with K-Shot, so for me personally, I would struggle in that last previous match we saw no shooters, and I'd just be like, well, I might as well booyah at spawn so I can help my team with their booyah bombs because I can't really do much beyond that. But yeah, just a little bit of a refresher having a classic match. No sabotage, but we are doing tower control on Piranha Pit. And we will just need just a little bit more of time before we get started, as a few of these teams are still kind of waiting to get into this lobby. So we will get started as soon as we can.
Yep. But I do like discussing this. Valka, do you have that modifier sheet opened up?
I can open it up pretty quickly.
Yeah, because I think one of my favorite things is just to look at all these modifiers that we have to choose from. And
Yeah.
I mean, Shmi made 20 of these, and we might not see them all on stream. So I was just wondering, what is your favorite? Like, just looking through the list, what's your favorite modifier that you want to see?
I was it you or DRF who said the swap player sabotage? That I don't think we have seen it yet.
Yeah, DRF said that.
Okay, so DRF said that, and I think it's so funny because there are so many ways to go about it. And again, you can stand and spawn. You could literally pick up the Rainmaker, bring it to your podium, and get splatted that way. Like, there's just so many things that could happen. So we haven't seen that one yet, but then there's the set maps and mode or map mode weapon we have, like all C-Jet port, tower control, all V-Splish, Blackbelly, Rainmaker, and I don't think we've I don't think we've seen a Squiffer Deathmatch though yet, right?
That's definitely one of my top favorites. Aside from that's probably tied with all C-Jet port TC. I just love that. That's just so straight to the point. Squiffer Deathmatch, I played in a Charger only tournament a couple years ago, and that's probably the most fun I've had playing Splatoon. So I want to see the Squiffer Deathmatch personally.
Yeah, that would be really good. And then I actually really enjoyed the Splatfest Turf War because it was a little bit refreshing, but it still had this competitive element that we aren't used to in a traditional tournament. And it's one of the rare modes that you can't really tell who wins until the very end. So
That's
yeah,
interesting.
Yeah,
well, something
definitely
interesting about the shifty stations is like I was doing a scrim with someone yesterday for the first time in forever. Yeah, right. I'm playing comp now. We just ended the scrim on like a shifty station just for fun, and I just realized like there's no strategy for any of these like in comp. So like You just throw these maps at comp players, see what happens. I love
Yeah.
that.
I mean, we did see the Stingray on the grappling hook, which I thought was going to be a game changer, and I forget which team that was, but unfortunately they went down right after that happened. But I hadn't seen anything like it. I've never seen a grappling hook attached from that far, and I'm like, oh man, are they even supposed to be able to get over here? And
Yeah.
yeah, it was just really funny to see.
Yeah, I remember when that Splatfest was live. That was definitely like the number one thing I was trying to do because I played backliner, so I had Ray on basically every weapon I played. So that was just my goal: flank with the backline for once in my life.
Right. And it looks like our teams are ready, so let's get this match going. We will wait for our go-ahead, but we are happy to get started with round 2. Again, this is going to be ITAP versus BLT. And ITAP, I don't think they have lost a match yet. I could be wrong,
Oh wow!
but
Okay,
I wanna double check that right now.
it would sound right, but you know, Party Wheel does what Party Wheel does.
Yeah.
That's a saying now.
So-
It's gonna. I mean, if you win every match, you win every match.
Right. So ITAP did lose one game in round 2 when they beat Kappa 2-1. So they're not completely undefeated, you know, but they,
Not quite.
of course, are sitting very, very pretty. And these teams are ready. So let's bring you this first game, Tower Control on Piranha Pit.
Yeah, and again, we're starting off with a fairly regular match. I mean, Piranha Pit, Tower Control. I would normally call that weird in a regular tournament, but like this is not a regular tournament. So all things considered, this is pretty regular.
Yeah, and again, these comps, like they look again very regular. Junior on both ends. We do see K Pro. We see a Charger on the side of BLT as well. And it looks like BLT, they are going to try and get some quick paint on their side. And we do see a 3v3, but ITAP is now going to be trying to push up the right side. They did have to back out just a little bit as BLT is now pushing forward and is on the tower.
And again, number one priority right now, this first minute of the game, is get past that first checkpoint and kind of approach that second checkpoint. Once you're past those two, you're pretty much set. So right now, ITAP in the blue, trying to defend, wants to stop them right now. But this Ray is going to make that very difficult. And the BLT member is kind of all over the map, making it very confusing, not really helping ITAP's coordination here.
Yeah, Texture did a really good job backing up, giving their person who was on the tower some space, and got past that checkpoint pretty quickly. And now they are back on the tower. Can they get past the 61 mark that they were at? It looks like the tower might reset, but they're continuing to get these picks as the Slosher goes down. Texture and players now going to be pushing up. 2 players down now on ITAP, and this tower... Oh, every time they get to this like 64 mark, it becomes harder and harder. But now Brush is on the tower, and ITAP members trying to jump in. But look at this map control by BLT. They're doing a really good job, especially in the direction of where the tower needs to go.
Yeah, BLT has their positioning like on point. I mean, every member is in a spot where an entire map is capped. I mean, we saw Zeth earlier doing some really good flanks, and that's going to help him get to his third checkpoint already in the first half of the match. They're going to KO at this rate. I mean, ITAP's got to stop him now. That Ray's probably going to help a bit, but they got to really get these players out.
Yeah, ITAP getting a few of these BLT players down one by one, gaining some more map control. Now, Ewang is going to be kind of escorting the tower back, kind of riding, just kind of keeping the speed up as tower is now approaching mid, and the rest of the ITAP members are fighting on their left side, but Ewang just kind of like hiding by this tower, just again keeping up the speed but not being on it to be obvious. But unfortunately for them, 2 players are now going to be down.
Yeah, ITAP had a great opportunity to kind of regain that mid control there, but BLT is still doing a good job keeping up their aggression despite the tower being back in the mid. Hopefully ITAP has an opportunity to finally start pushing second half of the game just beginning now. Popping armor, Inkstorm, looking pretty good specials-wise, but that Ray is going to definitely slow down that tower a bit.
Yeah, and we do have about 2 minutes remaining, so this is going to be ITAP's push. They are now at their first checkpoint. Let's see if they can get past it, and they do pretty easily. We also have some rain coming in, but 2 players on ITAP are now going to be down, and it's gonna be hard. But they just need a little bit more map control, and taking out texture, I think, is going to be really key. Fortunately for them, they're in a pretty good position to just make sure nobody is flanking on ITAP. As BLT now, they did have the tower. Unfortunately, they lost it, and they are down a player.
Yeah, getting past 60 is going to be really tough, especially with texture on that sniper there. But most of BLT is in a pretty odd spot right now, so it's looking like they could finally get past this like wing here, past the roller, and onto checkpoint 2. Looking really good for ITAP now. The map is all blue. BLT is kind of in a weird spot still, but I think the momentum is definitely...
Oh, there's a DC.
Oh!
I didn't see that. However, I don't know the DC rules off the top of my head, and I think it happened more recent than not. So I believe this match will be played out, but we will get confirmation on that.
Yeah, regardless, both teams are playing out, so I guess we will continue. Not sure the specifics, but we'll just roll with it, you know?
Yep, and we can confirm it is a play out. So this is let's see if BLT can hold on to this. They have the lead now with 30 seconds. Unfortunately, down a player, and still doing a really good job because there are 3 members down on ITAP.
Yeah, if anything, it'll be a lot easier to defend on this map, especially with texture on that sniper up there. They can't really touch texture there unless they use the ray, which they have been. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, ITAP has the player's advantage now.
Yeah, and they have some specials ready too. And BLT really needed to get these picks. I think it's going to be a matter of, okay, if we can prevent them from getting to this checkpoint and using all their specials at once, it's going to be nice. And they are able to save the day. Wow. So, yes, BLT getting that win with a DC. And I believe it was about maybe 1:30 remaining. Don't know for sure. But BLT able to walk away with the win on game 1.
Yeah, BLT was looking really good, especially in that first half of the match. The momentum was awesome. But ITAP kind of pulled through. Regardless of the DC, they were doing really good with that momentum in the second half of the game. But in the end, Bad Luck Trout getting that win.
That is correct. And so for game 2, the re-rolling of the reshuffling of the maps are going to stay the same. So let's find out what sabotage we are going to have. Ooh, trade team comp.
Yikes.
Alrighty. Okay, so the good news about this, well, let's read the rules. Both teams must use the same weapon for the previous game, but they must swap what player uses each weapon. If this is game 1, okay, we don't need to know that. But yeah, so we're keeping it pretty competitive for this set.
Yeah. What comes to mind first is BLT ran that Charger. Can a different BLT member play Charger?
Yeah, that is a good question.
It's just the first thing that comes to my mind.
No, I agree, because they were the only one who had a Charger. Both teams had a Junior. Okay, same players could play that, technically. Most people can play a K-Shot or, it can adapt to a K-Shot, at least, too. And we did have the Blaster, too.
Yeah, I think the Blaster, the Charger are definitely the ones I'd be worried about. Otherwise, yeah, it's not too bad to play like a Junior. I can play a Junior, and I one trickle weapon. So, I mean, sorry, Junior mates, that's just how it is. But,
yeah.
I mean, that's just the ones I'm looking out for. I'm gonna be watching those players, see how they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. Our Game 2 map and mode is going to be Splat Zones on Walleye Warehouse.
Walleye? Oh, hey.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, that's just not been in my mind for like 2 years.
Right.
Wow,
so
yeah.
this on its own could be a sabotage. This could be Black Belly Rainmaker. This is basically the equivalent, right?
Right.
So I don't know who has the upper edge here because both teams have painted weapons. They both have juniors, and again, we mentioned the Charger could kind of be the wild card. If there's nobody who can really play Charger on BLT, it's going to be a little tricky. But or ITAP, I should say, it's going to be tricky.
Right, yeah. At the very least, it is zones on Walleye. That's probably the best map to play Charger to paint. You could be on paint duty, at the very least.
Right. And it looks like BLT will be subbing out a player, so they're going to take a little bit of time to do so. With this game, are you expecting a 1 minute knockout? Are you expecting just a team wipe and then a spawn camp?
It's hard to tell. I would like to see it, but I just don't know how these players will deal with these weapons. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. I do think lockouts are a lot easier on this map, so it is likely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't played this map in a while. This used to be my favorite map in Splat 1, but when Splat 2 came around, I mean, this map really fell off for me, so...
Mm-hmm. And I think we actually interpreted this wrong, JPEG, as chat is telling us that it's or at least I did, that the players on the same team have to trade their weapons with each other.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, that is not what I was thinking. So I was talking out of my empty brain for the last 3 minutes, but I mean, you're still going to be throwing in those curveballs where players just might be forced to play something they're not used to.
Right. Yeah, the point still stands. You're gonna have someone who probably shouldn't be playing Charger playing Charger. We'll see. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know seems to be like the magic word for party wheel today.
Yes, I agree.
And I am curious who is subbing or ITAP. It was ITAP, right?
BLT.
BLT, my bad.
It's been a long day.
For ITAP? Like, I was actually like, no way.
So it looks like Narco's now going to be on the Charger. That's what you were looking out for at first.
Right. Yes.
And who's on the Blaster? Yeah. It looks like Mizuno may be on the Blaster. I couldn't really tell. But BLT is going to get the quick cap pretty early on.
Yep. Curious to see what Narco does. Not really watching out for flanks. He's going to go down now by that Tri-Slosher.
And it looks like we have Nino who's hopping in for BLT. So Nino is not a member of BLT, but he's actually they're actually a very good friend of mine. And I think the Foil Squeezer is not something that they are used to playing anyways, so it's not like they subbed somebody for their main and could potentially do a ton of damage here. But now ITAP is able to get some of the zone and going to start their lockout phase, and that's going to be enough for them to take the lead, as his BLT members are going to try and find a way to push in.
Yeah, ITAP's looking real good. Most people look pretty comfortable on their weapon, from what I can see at least. And I'll be honest, zones is probably the most forgiving mode for this modifier. If you're not very good at your weapon, you can at least defend the zone.
Right. And so far, this match is definitely working out for ITAP. Now, they are a player down, so these players are going to probably have to retreat pretty soon. But it looks like Texture is going to be flanking. They're the junior player who's probably going to be dropping from the side. Let's see how long they can stay alive, because they only have 10 seconds left to try and make a push. I don't know if it's going to be enough time.
Yeah, it looks like they saw it coming. Despite all the specials going out, ITAP seems to be ready for that, and they're going to keep that zone. Wow.
Yeah, that cap was extremely important for ITAP. If they wouldn't have gotten it, I believe they would have had the full penalty points that they would have had to get through.
Yeah. Not quite a minute cap, like you said, but 2 minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes is pretty good. It's
good.
Yeah, it's a very quick counter cap, we should say.
Yeah, and that's going to even out the set.
It is. It certainly is. So again, this is a best of 5, so we will have a guaranteed 2 more games to be played. So let's roll the wheel and find the next sabotage.
Random special.
Random special. Okay, so
This
let's.
earlier.
We did, and we saw there were ink mines, right?
We saw that for random sub.
Oh,
And
random sub,
then
yes.
random special came.
Okay.
And it was Splashdown, which is arguably probably the least interesting.
Okay,
Booyah
so
Bomb.
yes,
We got Booyah Bomb.
we got Booyah Bomb. All right, that sounds good.
Let's see what's. I have to look it up. I'm not gonna act like I'm an expert here.
Yeah. Okay, so Booyah Bomb. We're gonna likely see K-Gals.
Yep.
Do you think we'll see Aerospray PG?
Here's the thing. I think Aerospray's underused in comp. I think it's a lot better than what people say it is. I think it would be a really good choice, especially if you're used to having like a junior painting a ton. An Aerospray kind of fits that mold a little bit.
Right. I could also see Heavy Remix being used here. That's going to be your back line.
Yeah,
for
very
Booyah
good
Bomb.
backline.
Mhm.
It's probably your only backline. You could run. Well, is Dynamo really a backline? It could be.
You know. Yeah.
Heavy's probably your backline choice for this one.
Right. And we will be playing this Clam Blitz on Triggerfish. So, lots of opportunities to miss your Booyah Bomb and throw it in the water. I know I certainly have done that before. But, yeah, I expect Heavy Remix, K-Pro, maybe K-Pro.
Yeah, I think K-Pro is kind of a guarantee.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the go-to. If you're generally a shooter main, there is 52.
Yes.
Yeah. But, you gotta have the bombs.
Right. Now, any Booyah Bomb weapons that you don't think we'll see?
I think Dynamo in these teams.
Right.
I don't know if these two teams can play a Dynamo, off the top of my head at least.
Yeah, and those are the only 5 weapons with Booyah Bomb, actually.
Yeah.
So the only question is then, do you think we'll see double of anything? Like, could we see double K-Gal?
I could see double K-Gal, yeah.
Mhm.
I think
think-
Remix, Gal, Pro are kind of the 3 we're just going to see. I don't know
Right.
about the others.
Yeah. I want to see a Dynamo roller. I just wouldn't be surprised if we saw, K-Pro, Aerospray PG, 52 Gal, and Remix. And I think that's just going to be the comp you run if you're doing all different weapons.
Yeah. That's the kind of, those were kind of the comps we ran when I played comp, so it's gonna be all too familiar for me.
Right. And let's see what these teams choose. And we do see a Dynamo on one team and not one on the other. So 4 different weapons across each of these teams. And I think that's what we like to see. But guys, get your thumbs ready because you're going to be mashing Booyah Bomb all throughout this match.
Yeah, Booyah charges really quick. If you can coordinate 4 Booyah Bombs together and all charge them up at once, they charge up. So let's see if that can happen too. Yeah, and I'll also like to mention that we have seen Aerosprays on both teams. So
Yeah, Aerospray on both teams, K-Pro's on both teams, and 52 Gals on both teams. So it looks like ITAP, they're not running any Splatling, no Heavy Remix, and it's going to give a little bit of map control. I think it's in favor of ITAP right now. They do have 14 clams, but no power clams being formed quite yet. And again, what's hard is when you're booyahing, you're just standing there. So you're going to easily be taken down, but now ITAP doing a really good job getting map control and really pushing forward.
they're doing so good with the map control, but regardless of that, I mean, it's hard to push on this map. Look how far that goal is into the enemy base. It's so hard. Once you get the lead, you could easily defend. All those booyahs coming through, getting 2 down on the side of BLT, going to finally go up that wall. And yeah, that's a wipe. Going to get a really good push. ITAP absolutely crushed it there.
Yeah, ITAP did a really good job just pushing that clam forward, kind of using their Booyah Bombs one by one and just getting rid of some of these BLT players. I saw a Booyah Bomb take down 2 players at once, and this basket is still open with 24 remaining, but only 1 player alive, and it's just the Dynamo, who I don't believe they are close to the basket anymore. Nope, they're back at mid. So that's a very good first push.
Mm-hmm. and Dynamo provided some jumps, so they still had mid to control. Yeah, what ITAP could just do right now is sit back, relax, and just defend for the rest of the game if they wanted to. They're looking really good right now.
They are. And this is one of those matches too. Like when you get your Booyah Bomb, do you use it right away to just kind of block off an enemy territory? Because you want to use it before you get splatted, you know. But you also don't want to use it in an awful spot or not in an ideal situation. It's just hard to tell.
Yeah, Booyah, unlike some other specials in this game, typically takes a little longer to charge. So you really got to think about that. You know, your entire team has the Booyah Bombs, but it's a lot harder to coordinate special that charges a little slower. But
that is
BLT
right.
Has 2 charge, trying to get that mid and that left control. Booyah Bomb's just going to block them. Looks like ITAP's not really trying to coordinate them. They're just going to use it to make them run away a little bit.
Yeah, and it's so hard to see. Like I know people, like I'm trying to like see, okay, who's where? Oh, there's a giant cloud of a burst that I can't now see anything. But we do see ITAP really trying to push forward, but BLT, like they're keeping the pressure up. Unfortunately for them, I don't think they have any power claims formed, but there's just still taking down these ITAP or these BLT members with their power claims, which that's what you need to do in this situation right now, as we have about 2 minutes remaining. But BLT, they really are going to be wanting to try and form a power claim very soon. Rush was trying to go on the rail to maybe stay alive. Again, all this pressure, but no claim yet.
All that pressure for what? I mean, I like what Rush was doing. Rush kind of noticed, you know, my team's got to get a little more aggressive. We didn't have a plan. Looks like they did build one there, but just no push coming out of that one. I like the intensity.
Yeah, I agree, and just over a minute left. ITAP is still, they're now applying more pressure, and they have a power claim formed. So I don't know if they'll get the knockout, but you know, hey, if they can just keep this pressure up, that's really all they need. Because at this point, BLT is going to need quite a lot if they want to try and win. And look at the map. Look at this map from the side of ITAP. The basket is now open, and it looks like it's just the gal who's alive and is able to jump out.
Yeah,
Ooh.
how?
I don't know how they stayed alive. I do not know.
It's gonna help defend.
Yeah.
That was such a crucial jump.
Yeah, that was really, really nice. Because what is one more claim going to do for them in that situation? You know, they kind of read where they were. They're like, okay, we have 28 penalty points. It's really not worth for us to try and dwindle that because I got to help my team on defense because I know this BLT team is hungry and they want to strike.
About time. BLT starts pushing.
They get 2
seconds left on the clock.
And look how many players are down.
Wow.
There were 3 players down on ITAP, so could this be it? Can BLT get these claims? Texture trying to stay alive, throws them claims, and they take the lead. Here, overtime, just one more claim will win it, but there are 3 players down. Just the Aerospray. Brush is trying to push up. I don't think Brush is going to make it, so this now changes everything completely as ITAP now has to climb this uphill battle and get this win. Will they do it?
Not likely on this map, but anything's possible when you have Booyah Bombs.
Oh, and that's not going to be enough time. So I said BLT needed a miracle, and they certainly got one, and they had a really good performance there. Getting that win, what a major comeback for them.
Yeah, it's good on them for not being too demotivated. They really pulled through in that last bit. And I gotta say, I remember when Booyah Bomb first came out for this game. That's what the game looked like that day.
Yeah, oh yeah. Booyah Bomb was all the rage. Well, number one, it's such a fun special to use.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
And it looks really cool, and it gets the whole team involved. So it's one of those specials like, hey, you know when somebody else is using their special, so it can kind of help you like also coordinate your own specials too. Now for here, it doesn't really matter because Booyah Bomb's a Booyah Bomb. You're going to want to throw it. So with that, we're going to go on to game 4. This is a game point for BLT, and let's see what the next sabotage is. Trade enemy comp. Okay. So this is what I thought we were going to have before, but we're getting all all Booyah Bombs again, aren't we?
Yeah, all Booyah again. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, so here's the thing. Trade enemy weapons, you're supposed to just straight up trade, and that's what they're going to do. However, every player played a Booyah Bomb weapon, so the only different weapon choices we have are going to be the Kenzo Roller and the Heavy Remix. So all Booyah Part 2. Let's do this. This is ITAP's revenge that they need right here.
This is the comeback. Not too different. I'd hope it's ITAP with the ruler now, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Really hard to keep track of these comps when they're
I know. It certainly is. So if their thumbs aren't hurting from booyahing, they're going to hurt after this match, because we are going to be doing Rainmaker on Inkblot Art Academy.
Oh boy. Yeah, this one's going to be tough. Booyahs, I mean, I thought Triggerfish Clams, Booyah would be really strong, but here, this is a pretty small map, so, one Booyah is just going to cover an entire section of the map. We'll see what happens with that.
Right. Now, JPEG, question for you. When you Booyah, I use my right thumb to do it. I use my right thumb to reach over and press the Booyah button. Is that something you do?
So, I do main heavy remix, kind of a Booyah pro here. What I do, and I'm holding my controller now, I move my left index finger onto the stick, and I use my left thumb to spam it. And I go clogger it for a bit.
Okay, gotcha. Now, I assume you use a pro controller.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, probably a lot easier with the Procon. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you for the Joy-Con users.
Yeah, if you play handheld, I don't know what to tell you. But no, I use my left thumb or my right thumb. That way, I can still move and fire and do everything. Because you don't need any buttons at that point, unless you're jumping. So our teams are ready. Let's bring you guys game 4. Again, this is a game point for BLT. If they win, they will be moving on to the finals. Let's get our Booyah Bombs going.
Let's get our Booyahs in chat. Maybe they'll help charge them too.
Booyahs in chat. All right, so we do see Texture is going to be the one who's playing the K Dynamo, and it is Ewang on the Heavy Remix.
I will say, Remix, a little easier than a Dynamo, and I feel like if you're willing to play Dynamo, you're probably fine with the Remix. I'm worried about Texture right now. Does Texture know how to play Dynamo? We'll see.
You would figure that they would be the one who would be not the worst at it, I should say, because they could have somebody else swap, and I don't know if the other 3 players have all kept their same weapons. I wasn't paying that close attention, but Ewang is going to be picking up the Rainmaker, going to try and take it kind of up this wall a little bit. I thought they're going to go Slick at first, but making a really good break for it. Staying alive, getting all the way to 27.
I gotta say, I gotta give a lesson. You always throw the Booyah where the enemy is going to go.
Yep. It's like playing Blah Blobbler. It's such a slow fire rate. You gotta fire it where they are headed. So unfortunately for them, the Booyah Bomb was just a little bit below. Rainmaker is now going to reset, and 2 players are now down on ITAP, on BLT.
ITAP looking really good. I mean, only a minute in, and have to push again.
Yeah, Wang taking it up the same direction that they took it before. 3v3. Texture, the Dynamo, is probably the closest one. Now Nino's coming up to try and get them, avoiding these Booyah Bombs. And it's like the Booyah Bomb and the Rainmaker shot, there's just so many bombs that are falling on this map. It might as well be a Booyah Bomb.
Right, it's like a little mini Booyah Bomb. And look how big the Booyah Bomb is on this map. This is such a small map, especially for Rainmaker, that just one Booyah is just going to stop the whole match just for a little bit.
Yeah, that is correct. Now, Wang has about 15 seconds remaining with this Rainmaker, staying alive for a very long time, but trying to get where they were before, unfortunately go down, but there are 3 players down now on BLT, so this is going to be really nice. Mizuno going to be picking up the Rainmaker, and is going to dunk it, giving them the game win. We are now tied 2-2.
And that is definitive proof that Remix is the better one. Not quite.
Did somebody clip that? Somebody want to clip JPEG saying that?
Definitive.
So, I mean, it's kind of nice that both of these teams won, with the Booyah Bomb weapon, so ITAP gets their revenge. I have no idea what to expect further on, because, I mean, do you guys want to see more Booyah Bombs? I know I do. But it is time to spin the wheel for Game 5. Let's do it.
Random sub. There we go.
Random sub. All right, so we're slowing it down a little bit.
Yeah.
We're putting the brakes on now. But everybody, here's the thing. Do you want to read it off, JPEG?
Yeah, sure. Let's get it up. There we go. So, pretty straightforward. Everyone must use a weapon with a randomly selected sub. And we did see this earlier with ink mines. And ink mines on zones, when you're only playing ink mines, that's a little bit weird. But we'll see what we got. Oh, no. Oh. Well, I didn't know it could get worse than ink mines. We got beacons.
Beacons. Everybody is going to be playing beacons. Object shredder all around.
What has beacons? Well,
let's pull up our beacon list. Let's pull up the beacons.
Where are the beacons? There. They're called squid beacons. That's why.
Are you on? You're on. I'm on the same website.
We got Ballpoint, Custom E-Leader, Dapples, Roller, Sploosh, Octobrush, and Tent Umbrella. What weapon is standard there?
I don't know.
That's
what about
you better know how to play those weapons.
I could see Ballpoint, Splatling Nouveau.
That's
could be there. If you have somebody who's is a shooter, they could play Dapple Doolies.
Yeah, it's just like, is it though? I mean, it's the best option, but wow.
Yeah,
Everyone's
I know.
Gonna be out of their comfort zones here.
I know. I've been having fun with Octobrush Nouveau. I actually have an alt account where I just play, on it, and I've been picking up Octobrush a lot, and I've been enjoying it quite a bit.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Octobrushes on this tournament, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that once again. It just seems to be a trend here.
Yeah. But what about Tent Umbrella? Do you think that's going to be a choice people choose?
Right. ITAP, I don't know if their tent player is playing right now, but they do typically have a tent player, so I feel like if any, it's going to be ITAP.
Now, will we see the custom E-Leader?
Texture... Was Texture playing a...
Texture was playing the Charger before, yeah.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. I would like to see somebody play Neo Sploosh to try and quickly take out enemy beacons.
Right.
You could have a player kind of dedicated to painting and be like, okay, I just need to search the map and take out these beacons. But let's bring you guys Game 5 because these teams are ready. We forgot the map and mode. We are playing Tower Control on Skipper.
I was about to ask that, actually. But here we are.
This is Game 5, last game of the set, too. Winner take all.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough map to push up on because you have to go uphill to push. So, a little scary.
Yes.
And there we go. ITAP is playing their tent. And I think this player does play tent. So, pretty good for them.
Yeah, and we do see the Neo Sploosh for BLT. Yes, Octobrush Nouveau. So overall, I didn't know what to expect, but I guess nothing looks surprising to me.
And if ITAP has learned from low ink, they're gonna know. These beacons do show enemies on the map, so you put a bunch of beacons everywhere, you basically know where the enemies are.
Oh yeah,
something to think about.
Right. These players are going to have their mini maps open all the time, even if they're not trying to jump, just to see where these players are. Right now, Tower is in the favor of ITAP as they are very close to getting past their first checkpoint. Nino going to be flanking a little bit, but this Tower kind of still there. It really wants to get past the first checkpoint, and it finally did. So right now, ITAP is winning and approaching the second checkpoint, but now go down 2 players.
Right, and with all those beacons, they should be right back there. There they are, all 4 of them still have mid. So, if they can keep this mid control in check, they could just endlessly jump into mid and just not let BLT push. So, that is a strat, and it looks like it will work. Mizuno going to keep placing those beacons to make sure her teammates can keep pushing in.
And we do have word that both brackets are 2 and 2 right now, so these are going to be clutch Game 5s for both of these teams, or all 4 of these teams. And now ITAP is down 3 members, so this is going to give BLT an opportunity to take this tower, get to this first checkpoint, and I think they're going to quickly get by it. Let's see. Oh, I was wrong.
Map control's looking pretty good for BLT. I think they could easily get to the second checkpoint, especially with Brush and the Baller. That's gonna Hold the tower for just a little more. They have lead, just barely, but they want more out of that. Oh, wow. Great spot, Brush there.
Yeah, Brush with a good spot. 2 players down now on ITAP. Brush going to try and get back on the tower, capitalize on this, but no! It looks like Aster comes down with the roller of their own. Really nice kill there.
I'm starting to notice something. How easily it's starting to snowball. If you can get mid control, I said this already, but like I'm starting to really see it. If you can just get a bunch of beacons in mid, you could really be unstoppable.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially on the tower there. As long as, yeah, you get the tent on tower defending that beacon, someone's constantly jumping. I wonder if they're running sub power up, because that makes your beacon jump speed really fast.
Yeah, so let's take a look at these abilities if we can on the mini-map. So, okay, there's only one object shredder. I thought there'd be a lot more.
Aster. I see Aster
Yeah.
running sub power.
Right.
So,
All right.
they want to be jumping to Aster's beacons if they want to really get in there quickly.
Problem is, you don't know who's beacon. So
They have the communication up, and I doubt they're really confident with that.
yeah, you don't have the time to be like, is this your beacon over here on plat, or you just got to jump to one. You got to get back in that game as quickly as possible.
Right. Yeah, but ITAP just barely keeping that lead. They're looking like they're gonna push again. We're approaching 1 minute left, so I think both teams want to really go a little further. You know?
Right, and we kind of have this back and forth. Neither team is past the second checkpoint yet. It looks like ITAP is getting closer. They did graze it for just a second, and now they are going to get pushed back further to where they were at checkpoint number 2. Can they get by it? They do have a beacon on the tower. 3v3. Aster's going to get back on the tower to get this checkpoint past, or get the tower past checkpoint 2. Really crucial for them.
Yeah, they're doing really good. Now that they got those beacons really pushed up into BLT's area, I think they could just do a Splat 1 strat, continuously keep jumping in. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Jumping in and ride that tower and just be really annoying for these last 40 seconds.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard for BLT because this tower pressure has just been staying on their side, so they need to push these players out. And importantly, too, they need to look for these beacons. They don't know where these beacons are. How are these ITAP members jumping back and getting close to the tower? So just so many things that you don't think of during a traditional game.
ITAP's still pushing up. I think right now the play is just to get your specials built up, but they're just keeping with the pressure. Keep what works here.
And we have about 5 seconds left. It's going to be really hard for this BLT team to kind of do it. Nino is now on the tower, but we do have players jumping. ITAP is going to get the win, winning this set 3-2, moving on to the finals.
Yeah, typical ITAP fashion, going to have a really close set, but kind of edge it out in the end. Great effort by both teams, though. That was an incredible set.
That was. And we do have word of who the winner of the other match was between Kappa and the Wiggly Phantoms. And the winner of that match is Wiggly Phantoms.
Oh.
So, our Wiggles coming back for this tournament, moving on to the finals. They will be facing ITAP in a best of 7. So, I mean, both of these games went to all 5. Will the next one go to 7? We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, you said they're both. They were both 2-2 when we first started that last game, and that just goes to show how close this next set is.
Right, and apparently their game-deciding match was Black Belly Rainmate v Sploosh.
Yeah.
So, I mean, unfortunately, we can't show all of these games on stream. We absolutely could if we could, but man, you're gonna love to see it. But
that's something Wiggly fans would win, though. So
yeah, absolutely. So I believe before we take a break before finals, we do have an announcement of another upcoming tournament series.
Yeah.
So we are introducing Friday Night Frenzy Season 3. If you enjoy playing in weekly matches, if you enjoyed Ludi, Friday Night Frenzy is for you. Friday Night Frenzy Season 3 is starting up, and we are looking for teams that are between Div 4 and 8 who would like to compete in matches every Friday night from March 3rd to April 22nd. The best part about Friday Night Frenzy is that all of your matches are streamed and commentated. So if you would like to join, sign up, feel free to join our Discord, posted there below. You can also find more information on our Twitter page or DM me, and it's going to be so much fun. We've had a few teams who are featured here participate in Friday Night Frenzy, including the Wiggly Phantoms, who we will be seeing later. Rising Hope, they played in Season 1. It is amazing. You don't want to miss it.
That's awesome. Div 4 to Div 8. If you don't have a capture card, this is probably a great way to VOD review too.
Yeah, all of your matches are streamed, so it's the best way to kind of look at your matches, get feedback. It's a lot of fun, so we're really excited and looking forward to get that started. But yeah, that's going to be it for us. So JPEG, I had a ton of fun commentating with you.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it was great finally commentating with you. I'm not much of a commentator these days, so, it's good to finally get out and do this again, especially with amazing commentators like DRF and you, Falco, and of course, Shmeeb.
Well, we appreciate you too, JPEG, and it's been so much fun, and of course for Shmeeb too. So actually, speaking of Shmeeb, he's going to be joining me on the mic pretty shortly, but before that, we're going to take a quick break, so we will be right back.
Alright, we are back again, ready to stream the finals and then the third place bracket for the Party Wheel tournament. I'm here with Falco again to start off.
Hey Shmeep, how are you doing? It's been so fun so far.
Yeah, these matches have been really fun to watch. A lot of really close sets.
Yeah, I wish we could have seen the Wiggly Phantom set, and again, the one we showed was fantastic, so you can't go wrong with whatever you saw. It's been so much fun so far.
Yeah, a lot of very unique gameplay as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Definitely something I can't see elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of some of these sabotages too, they're so funny, and like some of them are just, you think, oh, this is going to be so painful, like sometimes it's like a train wreck, you can't look away. But in like just such a good way too, where you just really want to see what these teams are going to be doing.
Yeah, and I know I'm seeing some concern about streaming both the finals and the third place match back to back, but I promise it'll be worth it. You guys will want to see both of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw two sets go all the way to game 5 with two really good teams, and both of those teams who lost are going to be going head to head. Like, what could you not like about that?
Yeah. But let's go ahead and see what this first modifier is for the finals. I know a lot of people have been hoping for C-Jet port in finals. Looks like we're starting off with no shooters for this one.
Yeah, going back to no shooters, so we have seen this before, and again, I love the description that you choose for this. If you haven't seen it yet, we'll wait for it to show up on stream. But
yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to also manage Battlefire.
I mean, you're the guy behind the scenes. You're doing 5 things at once. Totally get it. But everyone is happier. Everyone is happier with no shooters. I don't know about that. I play K-Shot and I enjoy it, but I understand. I understand the phrase. So again, people are going to be bringing different things to the table here, and we have seen the sabotage before, and we really have seen every type of weapon, obviously besides a shooter, being played, so it's really hard to predict what to expect.
Yeah, and especially a no shooters match on a Splat Zones game. Most Splat Zones comps are almost entirely shooters.
Right. So, with no shooters, you unfortunately don't have that quick painting power that a lot of teams like to have for Splat Zones. So they're going to have to be bringing different things to the table. I could see a brush that can get some paint.
Alright, I apologize, my computer just froze up for a second. What was that you were saying?
Oh, it's all good. I was mentioning this is kind of it might be a slower pace of game, but that doesn't mean we're not going to see a one-push knockout.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because with no shooters, that also means a lot of more defensive options.
Exactly. That's exactly right. So, what was the first map and mode that we were playing? What did you say?
We will be playing on Splat Zones Anchovy, with no shooters here.
Yeah. So Anchovy, it's also kind of hard to push the fans without shooters. That's what I've noticed too, because having an automatic fire weapon against a fan is just really easy and convenient. So it's gonna be hard.
Yeah, for sure. I think we might see a lot of burst bomb weapons.
Yeah, I could see that, because that will kind of make up for some of the, I guess, like the shootingness of it,
Yeah. It's a good way to spin that propeller when there's no other easy way to get it.
Yes. And I believe we can play dualies here, right?
Yes, dualies and blasters are allowed.
Okay.
Just the standard shooters. And, like, semi-auto shooters as well.
Okay.
Oh, It looks like I made a fatal error.
Well, either way, we see on both teams, we do have the Kenza Gluga. I do like that choice. That is coming from ITAP. And then looking at Wiggly Phantom's team, we see no backline. No backline once again, but we do have the Kenza Dynamo. So that's going to be a pretty quick cap for ITAP, as Gaisicle is going to be trying to push up. Can they get far enough? And no, they can't. So Wiggly Phantoms, they're going to be able to counter this and take the zone.
Yeah, honestly, I do love to see some of the more, like, off midline picks, especially Glugas. I feel like Glugas are, like, super slept on in this game.
Yes. I agree. You know, they're really lethal when you can get in range. Unfortunately, they don't have the best painting power.
Yeah.
ITAP is now going to be taking the lead, and they do have a player advantage, too. So Aster's going to be kind of staying in the back, just watching for flanks, throwing Fizzy Bombs, too. And Fizzy Bomb's actually a really good way to paint, too, you know?
Yeah, the Fizzy Bombs are very oppressive in this mode. When you can't have the normal painting power of a shooter, the Fizzy Bombs definitely do make up for it a fair bit, since they paint in that big line.
Yes, absolutely. ITAP still doing a really good job holding onto this zone, getting a little below 30. So, a pretty wonderful push.
Yeah, and it looks like that Tri-Slosher is also doing good on this map.
Yes, and now Wiggly Phantom's really being able to paint and trying to lock out some of these ITAP members. So this is going to be really nice for them. Will it be enough for them to take the lead? Gem is going to be using this fan, but also trying to stay behind. Tux maybe watching for flanks, as they were staying behind, but Wiggly Phantoms are now 2 players down.
Yeah, ITAP doing a very good job at defending the ground they do have, even if it isn't the zone quite yet. But they did manage to give Wiggly Phantoms that penalty for just a split second, which will definitely give them some more time to get their push together for hopefully taking the lead back.
That is right, and we are approaching the halfway point of this match. Wiggly Phantoms, like, they're really going back and forth here. You know, Wiggly Phantoms, they did a good job trying to just chip away at some of these points that they needed to get, and it's making this match more close and close. And now we have a 4v3 with ITAP having control of mid, watching for where these Wiggly Phantom members are going to wiggle and drop from. And they're doing a really good job just controlling mid.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for a flank here on the left, or on the right through the camera. There are a lot of storms going out.
Yes, yeah, a lot of ink storms.
Witnessed
That's
that
right.
already.
We have,
this,
because
this
again,
time it was willing.
yeah, and that's going to be the paint that, once again, you can't really do from a shooter. So this is really nice for ITAP, as they have less than 10 remaining. It's going to be really hard for the Wiggly Phantoms to push forward. Is this going to be the game point, or the point win? Yes, it is. So ITAP is going to be winning game 1.
Yeah, very close game, but ITAP managed to hold it down for the end there.
Yeah, and again, Wiggly Phantoms, they did a really good job just pushing away. ITAP had a wonderful start, too. And Wiggly Phantoms, you know, took control for 30 seconds, and ITAP did for 10. Wiggly Phantoms for 30 again. So that kind of evened it up, and honestly, you couldn't really tell that there were no shooters. If you wouldn't have told me that that was a stipulation, I wouldn't have known.
Yeah, honestly, they played all of those weapons naturally, and I feel like that's just because of the diversity that these teams already have in their weapon roster.
That's
But
right.
speaking of diversity, let's see what it decides to make both of the teams do this time. We're going to be trading the enemy comp, so this means both teams have to trade comps from last game.
Yeah, so once again, we're going to see no shooters. So pretty much the same from game 1, except you might be playing a weapon that you really don't want to play. You know, at least with the very first stipulation, it could be, okay, this isn't a weapon I particularly want to play. Now you're in the territory of like, okay, I really didn't choose this weapon, but it is being given to me.
Yeah, this time, last time this happened, in the previous round, I know, a lot of people were struggling to, figure out the weapon that they had to use because it was the enemy team's comp. But it looks like both teams are ready to go here.
All right, so they're pretty quick with that.
So they'll be setting up their comps. Their weapons, already have been decided. Just the only thing left to choose is who will be using what from the enemy team.
Yeah, so, and again, you also want to just kind of change your abilities too. That's something that sometimes I don't even think about, is, okay, I need to double check to see what abilities I have and what can be best suited for this.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people here probably won't have gear built for the weapons they have to play as well.
That is a good point, because there are some players who, you know, they kind of prepare themselves to be, okay, I can play this weapon if I need to, and maybe that was the situation for game one, but here they're thinking, I don't have the ideal build for this specific weapon, and, you know, it's going to be tough. But what map and mode are we doing for game two?
We are on Clam Blitz Reef for this game, so a
Clam
pretty
Blitz
neutral
Reef.
map.
Yeah, pretty neutral map. You know, it's pretty even too, and this is one of my personal favorites, I think. Now it'll be interesting because if we have Umbrella, which we did see before, you would be the person who pushes up, you know, the left side, kind of by car, and so there are definitely weapons that are viable for this map mode, and I'm looking forward to seeing how these teams use their weapons.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting, because I know there were some weird picks last time. Especially the clapples. I do not know many people who know how to use clapples, so it'll be interesting to see ITAP adapt to that.
Yeah, clapples are very, very frontliney. Not much range and splashdowns. I like to call it the panic button because I never use it offensively. It's always defensively.
Yeah,
and,
I just can't figure out splashdown personally. It feels like I always get shot out of the air as soon as I use it.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, two players are going to be down for Wiggly Phantom, so they're going to start backing out. And we do see missiles coming in their way. ITAP looking, they do have a power claim now, and Gaisicle's going to be pushing up the side with the Slosher. That's going to be the first score for ITAP. Gaisicle up top, we do see a splashdown. They are taking down these Wiggly Phantom members, and Gaisicle still behind the basket, getting a nice double. This is going to be really hard for Wiggly Phantoms.
Yeah, it actually seems like ITAP's comp was the more difficult one here, since there are a lot of weapons that usually you'd have to almost one-trick it to figure that one out. Like, E-Leader, Tent, and Glugos are all weapons that are like that, so Wiggly Phantoms have been put in a very difficult position by that modifier.
Oh, certainly. And getting to 56, you know, it seemed like ITAP could do better. I say that as they score again, so they are doing pretty well. And two players down, one of them just respawned, so once again, this will be pretty tough for the Wiggly Phantoms to try and push back in. Mizuno being able to score some. Gaisicle once again going up the top. Unfortunately, they don't have any clams. Now, Aster able to score 2 clams, keeping this basket open, and it looks like Mizuno or Ewang is going to be pushing up this left side. So this left side is becoming really, really crucial for ITAP, as these clams are still going to score. This is probably going to be the game as Mizuno gets the winning clam in.
Quick knockout there.
Yes, very, very quick knockout. That was a 2-push win for ITAP, giving them the win, and they are now up 2-0.
Yeah, and since this one is best of 7, actually, which means ITAP is now halfway to their victory here, needing 4 points to win this set. But,
yeah, so
with that one over, I guess it's time to just pick another modifier.
Yeah, let's do it.
This is one I've been waiting for the entire time. You have no idea. Same random weapon, Everyone will be using the oh no.
Oh no. Uh-oh. What is oh no, Shmeeb?
Custom range blaster?
Okay. Not the worst, but is there going to be much paint on this map? No.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's tower control, so
Okay.
it's tower
So-
Mako for this one.
Okay, so this could be worse. Let's be honest. This could be worse. Now, are there some people who don't want to play custom blaster? Me, yes, I am one of those people.
I am also
So-
one of those people.
For me, this isn't great, but it could be worse. But who knows? Maybe we'll get something worse later on. And this, I don't know. You said we haven't had everybody play the same weapon yet, right?
Right. We've had random weapons, but we have not had same random weapon yet. And this is my favorite one. I absolutely love this one because no one gets what they want here. Everyone is using something that probably isn't going to like really do much in this map and mode, and for these teams in general, because let's be honest, who uses custom range blaster?
Yeah. We're gonna see curling bombs and bubbles. That is the sub and special for this weapon. So I think the bubble pushes are gonna be come in handy, and then like the combination of shooting into the bubbles is gonna be crucial.
Yeah, for sure. And it also is going to be extraordinarily difficult to push at all, because that whole tower area is just going to be under fire at all times.
Yeah, it certainly is, and like I don't know what to expect too, because most of these players are likely going to be using their bubbles at these checkpoints, so you just got to really be on your toes at that point.
This is going to be the most stally gameplay we will see all day, though.
Yeah, something tells me this could take the whole 5 minutes, but these teams are ready, so let's bring you Game 3, ITAP versus Wiggly Phantoms. Again, the sabotage is everybody must use the custom range blaster, curling bombs and bubbles.
And it seems like we're already back to the Blaster Classic of 2 trades right off the bat.
Yeah, so 2 trades, and now ITAP is going to be getting on that tower. They waited a little bit. Again, I don't think anybody's really eager to jump on this tower not having the player advantage, but Mizuno now on the tower for ITAP. They are approaching this first checkpoint. They don't have a player advantage, but some of these ITAP members, they're really pushed up there, so this is going to kind of be a breeze for Mizuno and the ITAP team to get past that first checkpoint.
Yeah, honestly, this might be a much faster game than we initially thought, but of course, I hadn't seen checkpoint gameplay yet, so that was a very fast defense from the Wiggly Phantoms, considering the ability these weapons have to block out a tower.
That's right, and these curling bombs are going to be really crucial for these players to paint. You know, Blaster, again, it's really not a painty weapon, so if they need to get somewhere quick, they're going to have to be using these curling bombs. But on the other side, you're going to have to be looking for enemy curling bombs to try and block some of these players. But look at this push now from Wiggly Phantoms, able to get past his first checkpoint, take the lead with 57 points.
Yeah, and it seems like Wiggly Phantoms is playing very aggressively, and that's kind of how tower control works with this kind of thing. It's either very snowbally or very stally, and it looks like we're kind of getting a mix of both here, because we had a lot of stalling going on at the start, but it looks like right now ITAP is going in super hard and securing this tower for themselves.
Yeah, and the bubbles, too, I think are extremely crucial because they are able to just push up those bubbles even if they're not able to get there. Without ITAP is going to win Game 3 much more smoothly than I thought, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I thought that was going to take the whole 5 minutes, honestly.
I completely agree. The map is always funny with all the curling bombs and just a mess kind of everywhere. But again, ITAP up 3-0, so they are one game away from winning the finals. This is a best of 7, so Wiggly Phantoms, they better get their brooms ready because they're looking for a reverse sweep.
Yeah, so let's see what the grand final match point for ITAP, what they will have to deal with for this game. And it looks like we're going for a Splatfest.
Okay. Okay.
So, whatever map we had before, we are skipping it and going straight to a random shifty station.
All right, so this will be a change of pace for, well, the tournament as a whole, and maybe a breakthrough for the Wiggly Phantoms too, because this changes everything. Turf War, you can't really tell who's winning the match until the game is over, and sometimes it's really hard to tell. If you don't see that you're in danger, you really don't know what's going on, unless you open the minimap and it's very clear, but sometimes that can be really tricky.
Yeah, for sure. The Turf War, competitive Turf War has always been tricky. I know it isn't played super often, but this is going to be a different kind of gameplay for both teams here. And it looks like we're going to be on the map Cannon Fire Pearl.
Okay.
This could be the end of Grand Finals, or it could be Wiggly Phantom's chance to make a comeback for the whole set.
Yeah, this is going to be really crucial for Wiggly Phantoms again, and I believe players can choose any weapons that they want, right?
Yes, there's no limitation on the weapons you can pick.
Yeah, so this is going to be nice because it's been a while for both of these teams to really choose the weapon that they want to choose. And of course, if you're going from a competitive traditional mode to Turf War, do you focus on something that's more painty, that might get you out of your comfort zone a little bit? So probably a little bit of breath of fresh air for both of these teams, especially Wiggly Phantoms, knowing, okay, we got to get this, we got to win, well, just one game at a time. You know, you always got to win one game at a time, but having this kind of in the middle has got to be nice for them.
Yes, I know a lot of them do play very paint-heavy weapons. I know Jub has the Clapples, which is a different kind of dually. It's really good at painting for the dually class. I know we have Zap players and juniors on that team, so this is kind of their element.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I believe as I forget who mentioned it, but with the Silva Aerospray, that's something you won't see in competitive. I think it was Miss Popgun who mentioned it, but we could see it now with the Curling Bomb Rush. And let's see these weapon choices.
Oh, we have the double brush.
Yeah.
From ITAP.
That stuck out to me too. Okay, so Perma Ink Brush, is that Ink Mines and Armor?
That's Sprinkler and Armor, I think.
Oh, Sprinkler Armor, okay. Sprinkler, you could put that in a pretty tricky position. The E-Leader is an interesting choice. I'm really intrigued by ITAP's decision.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what their strategy is here, but if anyone's good at playing off-meta weapons, ITAP has proven that they can use just about anything.
Absolutely.
And it looks like they do have the mild lead off to the start here, but Wiggly Phantoms does have the comp to take a huge lead given the opportunity.
Yeah, that's right. So 4v4, and again, it's harder to die in Turf, I think, because there's less feeding involved, because there's always a place that you can paint. But ITAP doing a really good job keeping up the pressure.
Yeah, for sure. We have the brushes going in really, really strong here. It's definitely keeping Wiggly Phantoms distracted in the back.
Yeah, it is, and right now 2 players are down on the Wiggly Phantoms. So this is going to help ITAP, but we do see the bubbles taking down the charger there. So Gem might be trying to push, but it looks like Aster definitely spots them. So Gem is just trying to use armor, maybe paint, gonna have to 1v1 this brush. And now it looks like a few members were trying to push from the right, but again, now Wiggly Phantoms are in danger, so it's not looking too good for them as we have about 1 minute remaining.
Ooh, that insta-pop on one of the brushes might give them a bit of an advantage here.
Yeah, there are now 3 players out, so this is...
on ITAP's side.
Yeah, Aster, look at Aster just like hanging out there by the cannon, using an ink mine. Right, that's a really good idea. I don't know if it actually fills up that way. I never play the stage. Oh, but it looks like somebody's in the cannon.
But people who go for it will just instantly get bombarded by ink mines.
Okay. So this is nice, or actually, unfortunately, Wiggly Phantoms are now in danger once again. They did have an opportunity, and of course the thing with Turf War, it's really the last 30 seconds that matter, and it's going to be really hard with both of these reigns coming out, but there now are 2 players down on ITAP. Gem is trying to get over there. I thought they were going to try and take out Ewang, but Gem doing as much as it possibly can, painting up near spawn. Wiggly Phantom still in danger. Can they get out of danger? They get out of it, but is it enough for them to take the win? Let's see.
We'll see in a second. And it looks like ITAP takes it by just a few percent, which makes them the winners of the Party Wheel Invitational.
Congratulations to ITAP winning the finals 4-0 over the Wiggly Phantoms.
That was definitely a great set. A lot of close matches there.
Yeah.
Very good grand finals.
Absolutely. Especially going from the semis where we had the 2-2 set, and it was a nail-biter. And unfortunately, yeah, we couldn't see the Wiggly Phantom set in that, especially with the all-sploosh black belly stage. That would have been crazy. But both of these teams put up a great effort, and ITAP is walking away, as you said, the Party Wheel Invitational champions.
Yeah, so congratulations, ITAP. You are the winners of this tournament, which means you have won the first ever Party Wheel tournament. Maybe if we do this again, you can return as reigning champions.
Ooh, that'd be exciting.
But that's not all, because we do still have the 3rd place match here in just a minute. So, thank you again, Falco, for commentating with me again, and thank you to all the other commentators. I will be back in a few minutes with Vic Vion. So yeah, thank you again. Congrats, ITAP, and I will see you in just a moment. Alright, hello everyone once again. We are back for the third place match, and this time I am joined by Vic Vion.
Howdy! Let me know
So-
if the audio is fine. Hopefully it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
Radical.
Alright, so how have you been enjoying the set so far?
It's been great. The stupid custom range match.
That was amazing.
Oh my god! I also liked the back-to-back Booyah Bomb match that went on the previous round. Bless.
Yeah, the party
As if
wheel
they'd,
just
like-
finding loopholes around the same modifier rule.
Wait, you want to use your own gun? Try again next time, Lammo.
Alright, but with that being said, I know BLT and Kappa have been waiting for quite a bit. Thank you for your patience, by the way. But, let's just get going right ahead with the first modifier. Okay, well, we can't do that.
Yeah, we can. Just do random and then let them switch after that. Oh!
Okay, so it looks like we're doing a random comp first. I will be sending that over to the Battlefy chat for the teams to start planning who will be using these.
Listen, it's just the streamer's curse. It was inevitable. I willed it into action. Now next do we get the switch?
Hopefully. That way the prediction will work. Honestly, I'll just skip it. I'll just skip switch if it happens again, because that's basically the same thing as last time.
Yeah, and they'd have the same weapons anyway, right? Because both teams are running the same comp.
Yeah, so there's no way that would change for anyone.
Will C-Jet port into existence? Alright. 3 claps is enough, right? Hopefully it'll happen now.
We will see. I am just making sure the teams know which weapons they are using this round, and setting up the map.
Let's
We
go.
will be using the same maps as Grand Finals for this one, so we'll be starting off on Splat Zone's Anchovy.
Ooh, okay, alright. A 4th clap for a 4th C-Jet? There you go. I hate to say it, but for a very long time, I had more paint on V-Jet than C-Jet. So... I have too much paint on both of them now.
They do have missiles, so it's a given that it'd paint more.
I came into Splatoon 1 comp as a jet main, so that was the only one available. 800k points later, I was like, oh good, there's a different one now.
And now V-Jet is, like, the weapon to use in comp.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to get the silver medal after all.
I think I've only gotten a silver medal on, like, 2 weapons.
Good.
I
Please
switch
don't
around
join
too
me.
much. But,
I have, like,
yeah, so the weapons we'll have for this one is L3 Nozzle Nose D, Kenza Dynamo Roller, Vanilla Bloblobber, and K-Pro.
Yo!
So a pretty decent set. Honestly,
Good
pretty
painting,
balanced.
at least.
Yeah. Especially for Splat Zones. So this is a pretty tame game to start off the 3rd place match here.
The nozzle is just coming in like, hey guys, can I paint?
It's, that's the one, yeah, that's the one with Burst Bomb Inkjet.
Oh, okay. Oh god.
So,
Are we gonna have people
we do
flying up the
have-
side with jet?
We do have a pretty balanced comp here. We have, midliners, painters, slayers. No role too heavily filled by this random set.
Not gonna lie, I feel like both teams are gonna have an overage of paint on zone between Dynamo, Blob, L3.
Yeah, honestly, that K-Pro is just there to balance it out a bit, make it not all painters.
This is a solo queue comp.
Oh my god.
Here we go. Curious to see who's getting this first. Everyone's just gonna fly. If I was them, I would just fly at that zone and let whatever happens happen.
I am curious if this comp would allow for a snowball on zone. It seems aggressive enough that it wouldn't be too big of a snowball, because the tools are given to both teams to make a huge comeback. And it looks like that Booyah Bomb taking out 2 on the propeller there.
Oh, do they have double Booyah? Oh god, they
Yeah,
do actually.
Both teams have double Booyah here.
2
which is
Booyah,
also
1 Rain, 1 Jet.
a lot of specials to get people off the ledge, which is the whole deal with this map, is camping the ledge here.
Alright, well, we see Bad Luck Truck trying their best, holding it on there.
Yeah, BLT getting a pretty decent lead here, but
A lot of their specials are very good at keeping them from being able to return from zone as well.
yeah, and that especially plays into this map because it's known for being pretty hard to like drop off the ledge here.
And they don't really have a fast weapon besides the L3 when you think about it.
Yeah, the L3 has to be most of the team's paint and the Slayer given the special that it has. But Kappa does actually manage to take the zone back, which is going to be good for them because that gives BLT a 63-point penalty. But
They'll have to work their way
unfortunately,
through
they
it.
are
They
not
won't
able to
knock
keep
that.
it.
Well, I got to have it for a moment at least. Oh, the Dynamo's
Penalty.
trying their best to climb up here. So
The
valid.
penalty is still a very valuable time save because now they have more time to get their specials back and maybe make another push into mid.
We see the Rain ready to go, but I think they're waiting to get a Booyah before they just pop off everything here. K-Pro almost there. With double specials on their team, hopefully they'll do it now. They still got the time.
BLT is just holding the fort down, but Kappa actually
so
manages
much
to
paint.
take
No!
it using their specials there. That Booyah Bomb is very valuable for this zone because it can make it go neutral in an instant.
And they have 2 of them each. You know, just for fun.
Just for fun.
This really is a game of
You know,
who
like
gets it
this.
low enough. Yep, up, yep. Oh, and the sprinkler to tap it off. Nice.
Oh,
Oh,
we love to see it. Okay, the defensive Booyah Bomb there to keep the zone.
just imagine they take the inkjet, they just kind of fly over zone a little bit to try and hold it.
Painting with the inkjet exhaust.
They didn't, but it would be funny. Now the question is, can they get past this 60 and hold it long enough to reach all the way to 14?
It is possible. They do have a pretty big hold on BLT right now, and we haven't seen BLT on defense in this round yet, so we don't know how they'll do with this weapon set on defense quite yet.
We see the Rain coming out to force them off the ledge. Oh no.
Incoming Booyah Bomb, that'll make them have to retreat to the zone for a second.
They're trying
Kappa
so hard to tap.
unfortunately
There it
goes 3
is.
down due to that Booyah Bomb. Just threw a wrench in their plans. And it looks like BLT is going to go right back to sitting on their platform here to make it very hard for Kappa to get out of their spawn again. But thankfully, they do have the penalty and 14 points left to get back to the zone. As well as all
And they had
4
the
of their
Booyah Bomb to
specials.
force everybody out.
That inkjet
Maybe their
snipe,
last chance to grab it.
the double Booyah Bomb manages to take it, along with that little bit of extra inkjet paint. Usually inkjet is not one for painting the zone, but at this point it was integral
Yeah, you
to
need it.
taking it.
Now here's the thing. Now we have Bad Luck Truck's gonna be all the way back at their base. Now they have to get back out again. And they don't really have too much time to do it actually, looking at the penalty.
At this point, they are able to take the lead if they just hold it for another 10 seconds here. So this will be a very close match. The Booyah Bombs are coming out. Looks
The
like
sprinklers
BLT
looked at it.
is holding it
Jeez.
for the last 30 seconds.
Oh, here we
Just trying to get there to deny Kappa overtime.
Alright, well
all
they
of
are
these
3 and 3
specials.
right now.
Just making it very hard for the zone to stay in control from one person.
It's so gross. I'm so scared one of those dynamos gonna fall into the zone and just get annihilated by all the specials and bombs. Kappa slowly not being able to hold it. It looks like, yeah.
And
no
unfortunately,
overtime
that Booyah
time.
Bomb was just a second too late. I actually saw the zone turn after time had been called.
Rip.
But a very
Beautiful comp.
close game for the first match of this set. So we'll see next round. Assuming there are no changes, Clam Blitz on the Reef, but we'll have to see about that first. So let's see what we're up to next. Trade a player. This is the first time we're seeing this one on the stream.
And the best part about this is these teams never got to play regularly beforehand, so whoever's going over doesn't even know what these teams are normally supposed to play.
Yeah, so we will have a normal map this time, but both teams here are going to have to trade one of their players to the other team, which will cause for one player on the enemy team, on each enemy team, being able to actually sabotage their opponents and being completely immune to the other team.
I don't even know what I would play. If someone sent me over to Sabotage, I guess I would just play Charger.
I know when I was testing this out, I stacked quick respawn on Brush, and I just walked onto the zone over and over again. I was just like a human suction bomb.
Oh, because when they hit you, oh, that's gross.
Clam Blitz is also going to be interesting, since you can pick up the team's only method of scoring and just throw it around wherever you want.
Are we playing Clam Blitz?
Yes, this is Clam Blitz on the
Reef. Oh my
Reef
god.
with, I forgot to change the teams. Hold on.
You were too excited about
technical
the rules.
difficulties.
Please stand by.
I totally forgot. I just assumed it would happen for some reason.
It's okay. They can hide the comps. Just make them play like what they're not supposed to.
I did just reset the lobby, so
Oh yeah, that
we'll
also
need a
works.
moment for people to rejoin.
Clam Blitz is a traitor. William says, fun.
I think
Who will
this will
get
end
the
up
most
being one of
of
the
these
more
clams?
interesting maps here. Or one of the more interesting plays we'll have to deal with. Because, having to work around someone who isn't on your side is going to be near impossible for Clam Blitz. You can ruin a push just by walking near them.
Just take the power clam and never share it. Like, I don't think this is one where you couldn't have a pity clam just chilling out, because what's stopping from the saboteur from just taking it and throwing it out?
Exactly. It'll be a really tough game for both teams. I know Rising Hope was mentioning earlier, they got this in Rainmaker and just had people carry the Rainmaker backwards. But
No!
Clam Blitz opens a lot of opportunities for more strategic sabotages like that.
Jim says it's like Rainmaker, but there's a million mini Rainmakers to steal.
Getting
So
a push
true.
off is going to be very, very difficult here.
I think whoever gets the push, we should just call the winner early.
At most, people will be getting 20 points at a time. But
What you gotta do is, other team just all have to carry 9, except for the saboteur, so they can just try to maximize.
it looks like they've decided on the players they're going to trade. I'm just waiting for the lobby to repopulate here. Alright, there we go. We have BLT and Kappa, but BLT will be trading Zeph onto Kappa, and Kappa will be trading Neo onto BLT. So those players, keep an eye out for them because they will be committing nefarious deeds.
Crimes.
Since they are still trying to get their team to win on this round.
I want to be the guy that just like walks over, is like, "Hey, pass me these clams, thanks." Walks the other way.
And then just jump off the map.
Oh. Why did they jump off the map? Just throw the clams off the ledge.
Throw them
You
to
can
your
do that
team.
in Oh. What if you accidentally throw it to the other team's saboteur?
That's true. That is a risk factor here. There's going to be a lot of confusion here because you'll also have to keep track of who got traded on the enemy team. And something else to keep in mind, the people that got traded are still in voice chat with their own team. So everyone is also going to be aware of the enemy's positioning because their traded player is just able to tell them where the enemies are.
Like, they're pushing now! They're pushing now, go!
Yeah, especially flankers. Like, that'll be a really hard thing to pull off.
Oh, now I'm just excited to see this. I can't imagine what their VCs must be like.
It's going to be very chaotic.
Let's go!
Alright, so here we go. Let's see who decided to pick. It looked like both of them went with Brush, so they're probably going with a similar strategy here of stealing clams from their enemies and giving them to their own team.
Let's see who's more successful here with the ink brush or the Octo brush. Helps us at least to know who the saboteurs are since they're using the same type of weapon.
Yep, that does make it a bit easier to keep track of them. So trading solo missiles right off the bat. It looks like Neo is trying to stop their team from picking up clams here.
God, this is so weird, because, like, if you do anything to harm the enemy team, you're actually harming your teammates.
Yeah, it's definitely really difficult. I saw Neo there with 8 clams trying to get them away from the rest of BLT. But unfortunately, going down to one of his own team's bombs on accident and being unsuccessful in the heist.
At least they turned those 8 into 4.
That's true. It did aid the push stopping for a little bit.
Already getting down to 41 though is very impressive on this.
And we have Zeth here just stealing the pity clam and breaking it on their spawn barrier.
Good!
And wasting their splashdown while they were at it.
They don't wanna
Passing
panic
clams
splash on
back to their
active.
fellow teammates.
Alright, we see BLT coming up to start doing something.
The question is, will they be able to pull it off with the saboteur still working behind their backs? Looks like both teams are kind of in neutral right now, but it's still hard to tell what's trying to be done.
It's so awkward and difficult to push when you're like...
It's also really difficult to commentate because I cannot tell what is going on here.
Yeah, you do have to pick up your pities instantly, yeah. Alright, we got some points on the board.
Let's see what Zeph does to try and stop this.
Is that just gonna take those clams so nobody can have them?
BLT immediately noticing that it was their own teammate on the side there and stopping their attack. Looks like they're going in. Looks like BLT is going in for another push, using up all their specials. Zeph passing them more clams from behind. There's
Probably the clams from earlier.
Yeah, and it's important to keep in mind that Kappa can't do anything about what Zeth is doing. Zeth Zeth is immune to all of Kappa's attacks in this modifier, so there is nothing they can do about whatever the traded player does.
Oh my god, that's horrible. They just have free reign.
Yeah, the traded players are given a monumental amount of power here.
Now hear me out, hear me out. Would it be a form of sabotage to grab a pity and score just to give a higher, like...
To reset
Like-
the penalty?
Yeah.
I don't think the penalty would actually get higher. I think it would still lower from that, but it would just refresh the power clamp there. Looks like Kappa's
Funny.
managing to get some points off here, but BLT trying their best to take it out. Zeth, of course, just being a nuisance to Kappa by standing in front of them, taking clams, trying to make it so they can't pass.
Body blocking, dare I say?
This is like advanced body blocking. Now, of course, something I don't
Objective
think
blocking.
something I don't think has been done yet is that the traded players can in fact kill each other and benefit from it, but I don't think either team has taken advantage of that yet. Kappa getting another push off, managing to take the lead there, just barely.
Still have 20 seconds left to see if anybody swaps it around. They have enough clams to win right now if they can get over. But the thing is that Zyph is the one with all those clams.
Yeah, and actually Zeth just took the power
Yeah!
clam and threw it up there so that they could not finish could not finish in time. And that means BLT actually gets overtime here,
Love it.
which means there is but Kappa has the pity clam that push spawned, which means they have to make their own for that.
Well, they have enough clams just to make it in time at 16.
Yeah, it'll be tight if they can make it.
Oh, and they go down right before getting to the basket. Can they get that in time?
Oh!
Oh!
They dunked both of them just in time.
That's one way to end it. Oh, and it counts as a knockout. That's what we get for thinking they wouldn't make it.
That was an insane play. Definitely some good thinking on both teams' parts there of what to do with their traded team member. Wondering just how to take advantage of that. But it looks like BLT is now 2-0 in this set, meaning they need 2 more wins to take 3rd place for the Party Wheel Invitational. But let's see what we're gonna do for the 3rd match here.
Come on, port. Dang it.
Unfortunately, still no port, but we do get random subs again, and those matches have been pretty interesting so far. So let's see what sub weapon we're gonna deal with.
So have you ever dealt with having only mines?
I actually watched a mine-only set, like, in the first round, but,
Good.
no, we're gonna get Toxic Mist.
Yo! Yo, VJet time?
Oh god, I hope this is Rainmaker. 1 second. Okay, tower control is the next best thing for this. So we're gonna be doing
Amazing.
tower control on Macomart, and everyone has to use weapons that has Toxic Mist.
Please, 8 layers of mist on the tower. Do it.
Oh, this is gonna be fun to watch. If we thought the Blaster set was rough, try even touching the tower. Toxic Mist doesn't even use much ink.
No, I think you can throw 2 of them even with no extra investment in Subsaver,
I'm
right?
pretty sure as well, yeah. So, okay, I
yeah,
have
they
to make
can do that at
sure
one
I
point.
swap the teams back.
LDE toxic mist. Stop.
LDE
That's so
toxic
toxic.
mist.
Literally.
I would love to see that, honestly. Pure sub-saver Toxic Mist.
Yo,
Maybe
can you throw
we're gonna
3?
see a lot of sub-power, actually. Because does sub-power make the effect, like, more intense, or does it make the mist bigger? I don't remember.
I have no clue.
I guess we'll
think
see.
it makes it. I mean, it seems like chat. All we got was a yes and a no.
Throw range.
Oh, it only. Aw, that's still kind of funny though.
Well, we can get Toxic Mist thrown at E-liter range.
Let's go. It's like either burst bomb all over again.
I was
Good
really
times.
hoping to see a point sensor match at some
Hey,
point,
I mean,
but there's always
listen,
next
listen,
time.
we still have time. We could have as many as 4 more matches, depending on how it goes.
That's true. There is plenty of time for wackier modifiers. I know everyone really wants to see C-Jet port, and honestly, I do too, but the wheel is just not cooperating. I'm pretty sure everyone wants to see C-Jet port, but the people playing right now.
Listen, as a C-Jet enjoyer, I would be happy to see C-Jet port.
Honestly, played competitively, it is pretty interesting because it's so risky to do anything with Rays always being charged.
There was a clip I saw the other day on Twitter where it was like 4 C-Jets playing an Air 1, and it was awful!
Yeah, that does sound pretty bad.
Alright, let's go. I'm curious what weapons they got going on here. Whoa! The return of the blaster?
We do have blasters on both sides here. The blaster is an interesting pick for sure.
And they are allowed to have 2 of the same weapon, correct?
Oh yeah, there is no restriction aside from that it has to have Toxic Mist. This is honestly a terrifying setup. There's
Oh my
mist
god, look at all the mist.
everywhere. If you get caught in one of those, like, which is most of the map at this point, you're probably just gonna go down. We have
They're at least
going
good
for a
at
bit of a
placing
flank.
the mist, too.
Yeah, the mist has been going in very convenient places. Narco getting a pick from the back line, probably gonna make a pretty good opening for BLT here.
Dang, so many indirects, but no kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, Blaster is not the most functional weapon, so those indirects might count as sparks at times.
Platoon 3,
In
we
close
pray.
range combat. Seems like BLT here is taking advantage of that opening though to get ahead a little bit more. Maybe take the lead back. It's only first checkpoint still though, so this could still go either way, especially with this Toxic Mist. They can't really stand on tower super safely.
I mean, hey, but points are points, right?
Yeah, and BLT definitely took advantage of the smaller
Oh my
lead
God,
that Kappa
the
had in order to give themselves some extra security there.
You gotta keep in mind that I believe Kappa is the ones that have the double inkjet, correct?
Does Kappa have a double inkjet? I think so, actually. No, actually,
Right?
they're using the Rapid Blaster that has inks.
Okay.
BLT does have double inkjet though. They have 2 V splashes here, which is probably one of the strongest weapons that has Toxic Mist. And yeah, Splash is definitely a really popular pick even outside of this modifier.
It's fun, it's gross, and it works. You see them trying to go over, hopefully past it this time? Oh my god, the mist just stacking up slowly by that ledge is great.
Yeah, trying to push anywhere near where BLT is going to be, or trying to defend from anywhere near BLT is going to be near impossible because of this whole Toxic Mist cloud right by the towers. Seems like Kappa was able to put a stop to that push though. Death sharking behind Kappa here, trying to
Free from
cause
having to be
distraction.
anything else. No more Saboteur.
Oh, that Inkjet snipe from the
Yo!
Inkjet one-on-one over there. Fortunately for Kappa, that gives them quite a good opening to push, but it's a wonder if they'll be able to pull it off with
Before all the mist comes out.
all 4 of members of BLT alive and able to just pelt the tower with mist there. And we see Zeth still going for those middle flanks, seeing if they can get one extra pick off from behind.
It matters a lot. With having double splash also, they have the great opportunity to constantly be over-painting and making sure that Kappa can't really move forward too much.
And Kappa does have a big opening here with that delayed
now.
triple. Yeah. And Kappa's using the mist more offensively here, trying to get them off the ledge with it. But unfortunately, as a non-lethal sub-weapon, it's unable to get them off the ledge fast enough for them to continue to push there.
Getting closer, at least. They only just need one really strong push to be able to take it back. They don't even have to get to second checkpoint, actually, to swap leads. The same thing goes for BLT, though, who could just, you know, stack another W if they keep going.
Yeah, all Kappa really needs to do to take this lead is get one good opening. And BLT keeps going for very risky flanks, which could be good for Kappa if they play their cards right here.
Is that enough mist? Kappa asks, throwing down like 3 on the tower. Oh no, but the Inkjet not being on tower, they have to retreat to actually push the tower along. It's gonna be
And
really
they take
close.
the lead last second. Unfortunately for Kappa, it looks like BLT is going to be able to secure overtime though. 2 going down on both sides. So this still,
they're gonna have
this
one
still
more
could
push.
go to BLT. They do have one last chance here.
And they're putting the paint down really quick. You can see the mists flying out everywhere around mid to try and slow them down. Again, they don't have to even reach checkpoint. They just
The solo missiles on the V-Jet might secure the win for them. And it looks like by 1 point, Kappa takes it.
Dang. 1 point meme, man.
That was a very, very close game there.
And you know what it does, though? It secures us to have at least 2 more matches left.
2 more chances for CJ Port.
Let's go!
Alright, so we are now in game 4 on the 3rd place match. So we're gonna see what happens for the 4th match here. The audience still cheering for CJ Port, so let's see what happens.
Probabilistically speaking, dang.
Looks like we got a random weapon class this time around. So let's see what we're dealing with today. If I roll shooters, I'm re-rolling it. What is that? Looks like we're doing an all dualies round.
Yo. Find out who's still been playing dualies since they got clowned on like 2 years ago.
I'm still mad about that patch.
Yeah, no, it was gross. Wasn't awesome. I actually, I remember in the midst of my time actually playing in comp, I got begged and pleaded to play on parries for an entire tournament, like at a LAN, because we didn't have a dually in our squad, and I was like, okay, I'll learn this, I guess, in the next week. Sorry, I know many say N parries, but...
Okay, so a bit of exciting news from the Battlefy chat. Okay. We're experiencing mild difficulties, but they are aware of the modifier. I just need to pick the map. And it looks like we're going to be on Rainmaker Snapper this time.
Oh no, I can't wait for multiple people to be falling into the water.
Yeah, it's definitely a dangerous map here. So, we are using all dualies.
Can't fall in the water if you're using on parry inkjet though. Wink, wink, wink.
Alright, so what kind of dualies do you think we're going to see most of here? I know dually squelchers is popular, but using only dually squelchers might be pretty tough for a team comp.
Yeah, as they're not like inherently aggressive. You do get all that rain, and this is a very wide open map, so playing the longer range ones is beneficial.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll at least see some dually squelchers.
I'd
But
love to see just a vanilla dapple dually, just for one team to take advantage of having the beacons.
yeah, for sure. Those beacons would probably help a lot with this game going to be so mobility based.
Find out the fun way, though. I guess, like, otherwise, if you actually want that damage, I don't know these players well enough to be able to say, but if any of them are good enough at Glugas, we could see a Gluga coming out just to have that just overarching two-hit shot that no one else will have.
Yeah, Glugos will be very powerful in this game, since usually teams would run a Gal or a splatter shot for that high damage, but Glugos are really the only option for high damage dualies.
But can we have an on parry? There's one! Yeah, there's one! Let's go! Inkjet being able to destroy any dually that's just in the middle of their rolls. I mean, why wouldn't you want to have it? Wink.
We do have Tetras on both sides, but only one Gluga, which I'm kind of surprised about. I guess it is a very hard weapon.
Surprised that both teams only have one dually squelcher, actually. Most people went for the more kill-happy ones.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to... Oh, wait, what happened? Wait. I wasn't focused on the Rainmaker, what the heck?
Did the match end while we were talking?
Okay, I guess BLT took the win there. I was focused on that fight in the corner, I didn't even notice them win.
Same.
Okay.
Hello?
Well, good job, BLT. It is now match point for BLT here. That was the fastest game this tournament. I guess, in character for the all dually comp. Freaking speed running that. Alright, so let's see. This could potentially be our last game. But let's see, what the modifier will be.
Oh my god, it was so
Okay, you know what? It's right next to C-Jet Port. We already traded players. I'm gonna say it's C-Jet Port.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make an exception this once.
Damn these shorts for CJ Port.
We're making the C-Jet Port exception rule.
You've pleased the people. They are so happy. Look at the chat. Look at them celebrating.
Spam these shorts for
Joyous.
C-Jet Port.
Now let's hope that the teams are as happy as we all are for this. Now the question is, how much special charge do we expect to see?
A lot, probably. And it's specifically Port TC.
No way! Is that real? Was that? Oh my god! It is Port TC. If this happens during grand finals, I am so sorry.
It isn't grand finals, but
Hardly.
it's the third place match still.
Even better, it's match point for third place. This is a massive dub for the C-Jet Port fandom, Rudan said. Can I join your fandom, please? Can I join Port C-Jet Twit?
Alright, so everyone is already gonna be aware of what weapon they're using. So, this will be a pretty, chaotic match here.
I'm very excited to see this, and it should last longer than our last match.
And, I know the wheel didn't land right on this, but it was, like, directly next to the line, so since we already got trade a player, I figured this time it was okay to just count it, so we didn't have to sit there and spin the wheel forever again.
I'm gonna say that my 4 claps had something to do with bringing it along. Thank God. We're safe. I mean, technically speaking, you can pretend this is grand finals. It is the last set. Wink.
True.
It's a different kind of grand finals. It's grand, and it is a final match, possibly.
Yeah, this counts. It is a final set. Best of 7 still.
Hashtag CJet port is over party soccer.
Alright, so here we go with potentially the final round for BLT. All CJet port here. Let's see what happens here.
Let's go. Who's getting the Ray first is the question. Look at that one Ray on the purple team going up
already.
like crazy. My god.
I ended up testing this out in a scrim at some point, and the competitive aspect, the competitive setting does actually make CJet port a lot more interesting, honestly, since there is a lot of risk to movement in general.
And when you think about it, there's so much space on port that's taken up by the boxes that you can't actually spam it as fast as you want to. But it's still funny.
And with BLT 3 down, they could definitely defend here, since it is only checkpoint 1. And they have a lot of defensive specials at their disposal. To say the least. There are like 4 rays going at the same time right now.
Shout out to the audience who has to hear all the whee, whee, whee going off right now.
Kappa's still pushing this tower though.
Great
despite
start
all
for
the
them.
rays,
They don't want
but
this to be
BLT
the last
gets them
match.
out.
They don't want this to be the true grand final.
BLT taking the map back here.
Now,
Definitely.
do you think the strat is to get like 4 rays and just fire them all at once to make it push?
That would be funny, but it would be a very risky play, since then no one would be left to defend the ray users.
But it
There
was fun. That's
there
bad.
are 3 ongoing as we speak though. We have Brush pushing a bit further up in order to secure a push for BLT here. Hopping off the tower to use Ray here. Successfully hitting the melee Ray there.
Let's go! And you got all those burst bombs at your disposal too? Absolutely disgusting.
It looks like BLT is definitely pushing their advantage here quite a bit, and they're keeping the rays on Kappa staggered significantly, canceling one that was at 97. Just
Oh my
barely
God.
not taking the
One
lead,
point meme.
unfortunately.
One of them has to
But
get
they
on
still
there and
could,
swap it.
and they take the lead by 3 points. This is still anyone's game though.
Kappa's push at the start was so strong. I could see them coming back and making this still go on more.
Oh, they definitely could. Both teams have
Yep.
the same resources here in order to secure another push to their advantage. But at the same time, BLT is in a good position to defend even the area where checkpoint 1 was at.
And here come what looks like 2 of the rays, and they have 2 more ready and up. Well, they lost one of them. So they have 1 more ready to go.
They almost
Might
had
be better to
4
hold
rays
it
ready
for a
there,
bit.
but unfortunately it's just too long of a special to get all of them off.
At least our singular ray holder is the one that survived. They could hold it off for nope, never mind. Never mind. I take back what I said.
BLT still
Oh my
pushing their
God.
advantage though. It looks like they are determined to make sure this is their winning game here.
This map is extremely orange too right now, which means that they can't, they at least can't get any more rays on the side of BLT. But Kappa's got a lot of work to do to be able to get over there again.
Yeah, they definitely have a lot of area to paint to get more rays. We have 3 from Kappa right now at the same time, just forcing all of BLT to jump out there.
I am just shocked that they jumped. in my position, I would have just let the Ray kill me. I'm like, wow, this is a lot. And then I just die.
But BLT using 2 Rays still gets Kappa off the tower with 1 still in store to keep their push from going. Getting a double with that one. I don't think there's been a moment that a Ray wasn't actively going.
Now remind me, on the spectator screen, which number is the number of specials?
Yeah, the number of specials is the one on the right, I believe.
Amazing. So
I
for
think.
audience who's looking to count, there's your ability to count right there.
Yeah, we have a lot of Rays so far. I hope it's not the one on the left because then we'd have someone who's used 12 Rays.
I don't think so. I don't think so. We have
doubt
5 seconds left on this. They got one more chance at making this push. You have 1 Ray ready on the side of Kappa, it looks like.
We have a full team wipe on BLT's end, making them 3rd place for the Party Wheel Invitational, winning on the fan favorite modifier.
GG's.
Good set there. Very
My
fun
God,
to watch.
Rays.
That was a lot of Rays.
Shout out to Neo there with the most Rays at 7.
So a very interesting set there. That makes BLT crowned the 3rd place winner of the Party Wheel Invitational, making our final standings for the tournament. ITAP at 1st place, the Wiggly Phantoms at 2nd place, and BLT at 3rd place.
What an amazing run. I'm so glad I got to watch like half of this tournament and also see one of the best matches of this entire day firsthand on comm with you, Schmeed.
Yeah, and thank you for coming as well. It was definitely really fun for everyone to come around and commentate with me. Like I said, I couldn't have done it myself. So I definitely appreciate you coming around.
This was really awesome to watch. It's a great idea, and I'm glad it was well received by the community as well.
Yeah, me too. Honestly, this went very smoothly. I did not expect it to go as smoothly as I thought it did. We had very, very minor issues, and it was only with my internet. So,
well, from an
yeah,
outsider's
definitely.
perspective, it looked like everything was running very smoothly to me, so good job.
Yeah, and, yeah, I'd like to, before I, end the stream off, though, I would like to just say, thank you again to, all the teams that played: Kappa, ITAP, Wiggly Phantoms, Vaporwave, BLT, Aquatic Vanguard, Rising Hope, and Illumini. Thank you all for coming around and playing. And to my special guest commentators, DRF, JPEG, Falco, Vic, and Miss Popgun for commentating sets with me. And last but not least, Tyler for being behind the scenes, managing Battlefy things the whole time. If you want to come on the mic for a second too and say anything, Tyler. Because you've been sitting here the entire time, and I really appreciate it.
Howdy. Pog.
Pug. I couldn't have said it better myself. Yeah, let's get some pugs in the chat for Tyler.
Bet.
Honestly, it was a pretty fun experience, like, being a TO for a tournament, like, for the first time.
Yeah,
It was your first time? Congratulations!
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm really thankful for Tyler being here since I kind of just like threw this at him, and he hasn't played Comp Splatoon, hasn't TO'd a tournament, and he was just like, yeah, I will sit here for 5 hours watching you play Splatoon through a webcam. That sounds really cool.
I mean, it worked. Worked out.
I don't know, it sounds like chat needs some thank you Tylers.
But yeah, thank you everyone for coming. With how successful this was, there will definitely be another Party Wheel tournament at some point in the future.
Let's go!
Thank you guys. Thank you.
So, thank you for watching. And I will definitely be seeing you in the future. I'm gonna take a good break from Splatoon after this, though.
Understandable.
And then the Splatoon 3 hype just jumps you and you end up playing it tomorrow anyway, and you're like, darn it!
Next Party Wheel will be when Splatoon 3 comes out. We'll have a Splatoon 3
Funny you say
Party
that.
Wheel.
They just announced it right now. It releases in 10 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, they need
anyway,
time
sorry,
to
20
unlock all
minutes.
the weapons, so...
Oh, no, 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 everybody just uses Junior. That's it. V Junior only.
Okay.
That's every spot on the wheel, V Junior.
V Junior only. Just every spot on the wheel.
The entire wheel.
Oh, what'll we do if Port Mackerel isn't in Splatoon 3?
Come on, we have
Well-
to get. Just hear me out. Hear me out. Bluefin Depot. It's got to come back, right?
We'll get some
Right?
kind of long and narrow map.
It's already split in two. It's perfect for people to jump to it, like the start of the game.
With any luck,
so good.
with any luck, they'll give us an even worse map. I'm sorry, even better. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, nobody. Nobody wants.
Okay, but that is gonna be the end of the stream. Since there's quite the audience here, I am going to be rating someone. I will be sending you guys over to Barry's channel. Thank you again for watching. Thank you to all my participants and commentators again. This was exactly how I thought it was going to play out. So, thank you everyone for making that happen. And, yeah. I guess I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.